Letter 25 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 25. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Tuesday morn, 10 o'clock. Very ill, exceedingly ill, as Dorcas tells me, in order to avoid seeing me, and yet the dear soul may be so in her mind. But is not that equivocation? Some one passion predominating in every human breast breaks through principle and controls us all. Mine is love and revenge taking turns. Hers is hatred. But this is my consolation, that hatred appeased is love begun, or love renewed, I may rather say, if love ever had footing here. But, reflectioning apart, thou seest, Jack, that her plot is beginning to work. To-morrow is to break out. I have been abroad to set on foot a plot of circumvention. All fair now, Belford. I insisted upon visiting my indisposed fair one. Dorcas made officious excuses for her. I cursed the wench in her hearing for her impertinence, and stamped and made a clutter, which was improved into an apprehension to the lady that I would have flung her faithful confidant from the top of the stairs to the bottom. He is a violent wretch, but Dorcas, dear Dorcas now it is, thou shalt have a friend in me to the last day of my life. And what now, Jack, dost think the name of her good angel is? Why, Dorcas Martindale, Christian and super, no more Wicks, as in the promissory note in my former, and the dear creature has bound her to her by the most solemn obligations, besides the tie of interest. Whither, madam, do you design to go when you get out of this house? I will throw myself into the first open house I can find, and beg protection till I can get a coach or a lodging in some honest family. What will you do for clothes, madam? I doubt you'll be able to take any away with you but what you'll have on. Oh, no matter for clothes, if I can but get out of this house. What will you do for money, madam? I have heard his honour express his concern that he could not prevail upon you to be obliged to him, though he apprehended that you must be short of money. Oh, I have rings and other valuables. Indeed, I have but 4 guineas, and 2 of them I found lately wrapped up in a bit of lace, designed for a charitable use. But now, alas! charity begins at home. But I have one dear friend left, if she be living, as I hope in God she is, to whom I can be obliged if I want. Oh, Dorcas! I must ere now have heard from her, if I had had fair play. Well, madam, yours is a hard lot. I pity you at my heart. Thank you, Dorcas. I am unhappy that I did not think before that I might have confided in thy pity and in thy sex. I pitied you, madam, often and often, but you were always, as I thought, diffident of me, and then I doubted not but you were married, and I thought his honour was unkindly used by you, so that I thought it my duty to wish well to his honour, rather than to what I thought to be your humours, madam. Would to heaven that I had known before that you were not married! Such a lady, such a fortune, to be so sadly betrayed! Ah, Dorcas, I was basely drawn in, my youth, my ignorance of the world, and I have some things to reproach myself with when I look back. Lord, madam, what deceitful creatures are these men! Neither oaths nor vows, I am sure, I am sure. And then with her apron she gave her eyes 6 hearty rubs. I may curse the time that I came into this house. Here was accounting for her bold eyes. And was it not better for Dorcas to give up a house which our lady could not think worse of than she did, in order to gain the reputation of sincerity, than by offering to vindicate it, to make her proffered services suspected? Poor Dorcas, bless me! How little do we, who have lived all our time in the country, know of this wicked town! Had I been able to write, cried the veteran wench, I should certainly have given some other near relations I have in Wales a little inkling of matters, and they would have saved me from. Her sobs were enough. The apprehensions of women on such subjects are ever aforehand with speech. And then, sobbing on, she lifted her apron to her face again. She showed me how. Poor Dorcas! Again wiping her own charming eyes. All love, all compassion is this dear creature to every one in affliction but me. And would not an aunt protect her kinswoman? Abominable wretch! I can't say. My aunt was privy to it. She gave me good advice. She knew not for a great while that I was. No more. Good Dorcas, what a world do we live in! What a house am I in! But come, don't weep, though she herself could not forbear. My being betrayed into it, though to my own ruin, may be a happy event for thee, and if I live it shall. I thank you, my good lady, blubbering. I am sorry, very sorry, you have had so hard a lot, but it may be the saving of my soul, if I can get to your ladyship's house. Had I but known that your ladyship was not married, I would have ate my own flesh before. Dorcas sobbed and wept. The lady sighed and wept also. But now, Jack, for a serious reflection upon the premises. How will the good folks account for it, that Satan has such faithful instruments, and that the bond of wickedness is a stronger bond than the ties of virtue, as if it were the nature of the human mind to be villanous? For here had Dorcas been good, and been tempted as she was tempted to anything evil, I make no doubt but she would have yielded to the temptation. And cannot our fraternity, in 100 instances, give proof of the like predominance of vice over virtue, and that we have risked more to serve and promote the interests of the former than ever a good man did to serve a good man or a good cause? For have we not been prodigal of life and fortune? Have we not defied the civil magistrate upon occasion? And have we not attempted rescues and dared all things, only to extricate a pounded profligate? Whence, Jack, can this be? Oh, I have it, I believe. The vicious are as bad as they can be, and do the devil's work without looking after, while he is continually spreading snares for the others, and like a skilful angler, suiting his baits to the fish he angles for. Nor let even honest people, so called, blame poor Dorcas for her fidelity in a bad cause. For does not the general, who implicitly serves an ambitious prince in his unjust designs upon his neighbours, or upon his own oppressed subjects, and even the lawyer, who for the sake of a paltry fee undertakes to whiten a black cause, and to defend it against one he knows to be good, do the very same thing as Dorcas? And are they not both every whit as culpable? Yet the one shall be dubbed a hero, the other called an admirable fellow, and be contended for by every client, and his double-tongued abilities shall carry him through all the high preferments of the law with reputation and applause. Well, but what shall be done, since the lady is so much determined on removing? Is there no way to oblige her, and yet to make the very act subservient to my other views? I fancy such a way may be found out. I will study for it. Suppose I suffer her to make an escape. Her heart is in it. If she effect it, the triumph she will have over me upon it will be a counterbalance for all she has suffered. I will oblige her if I can. End of Letter 25. Letter 26 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 26. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Tired with a succession of fatiguing days and sleepless nights, and with contemplating the precarious situation I stand in with my beloved, I fell into a profound reverie, which brought on sleep, and that produced a dream, a fortunate dream, which, as I imagine, will afford my working mind the means to effect the obliging double purpose my heart is now once more set upon. What, as I have often contemplated, is the enjoyment of the finest woman in the world, to the contrivance, the bustle, the surprises, and at last the happy conclusion of a well-laid plot. The charming roundabouts to come to the nearest way home, the doubts, the apprehensions, the heart-achings, the meditated triumphs, these are the joys that make the blessing dear. For all the rest, what is it? What but to find an angel in imagination dwindled down to a woman in fact? But to my dream. Methought it was about 9 on Wednesday morning that a chariot with a dowager's arms upon the doors, and in it a grave matronly lady, not unlike Mother H. in the face, but in her heart, oh, how unlike, stopped at a grocer's shop, about 10 doors on the other side of the way, in order to buy some groceries, and methought Dorcas, having been out to see if the coast were clear for her lady's flight, and if a coach were to be got near the place, espied the chariot with the dowager's arms, and this matronly lady. And what, methought, did Dorcas, that subtle traitress, do, but whip up to the old matronly lady, and lifting up her voice, say, "Good my lady, permit me one word with your ladyship." "What thou hast to say to me, say on," quoth the old lady, the grocer retiring, and standing aloof to give Dorcas leave to speak, who, methought, in words like these, accosted the lady. "You seem, madam, to be a very good lady, and here in this neighbourhood, at a house of no high repute, is an innocent lady of rank and fortune, beautiful as a May morning, and youthful as a rosebud, and full as sweet and lovely, who has been tricked thither by a wicked gentleman, practised in the ways of the town, and this very night will be ruined if she get not out of his hands. Now, O lady, if you will extend your compassionate goodness to this fair young lady, in whom the moment you behold her you will see cause to believe all I say, and let her but have a place in your chariot, and remain in your protection for 1 day only, till she can send a man and horse to her rich and powerful friends, you may save from ruin a lady who has no equal for virtue as well as beauty." Methought the old lady, moved with Dorcas's story, answered and said, "Hasten, O damsel, who in a happy moment art come to put it in my power to serve the innocent and virtuous, which it has always been my delight to do. Hasten to this young lady, and bid her hie hither to me with all speed, and tell her that my chariot shall be her asylum. And if I find all that thou sayest true, my house shall be her sanctuary, and I will protect her from all her oppressors." Hereupon, methought, this traitress Dorcas hied back to the lady, and made report of what she had done. And methought the lady highly approved of Dorcas's proceeding, and blessed her for her good thought. And I lifted up mine eyes, and behold the lady issued out of the house, and without looking back ran to the chariot with the dowager's coat upon it, and was received by the matronly lady with open arms, and welcome, 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 fair young lady, who so well answer the description of the faithful damsel, and I will carry you instantly to my house, where you shall meet with all the good usage your heart can wish for, till you can apprise your rich and powerful friends of your past dangers and present escape. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, worthy, thrice worthy lady, who afford so kindly your protection to a most unhappy young creature, who has been basely seduced and betrayed, and brought to the very brink of destruction. Methought then the matronly lady, who had, by the time the young lady came to her, bought and paid for the goods she wanted, ordered her coachman to drive home with all speed, who stopped not till he had arrived in a certain street not far from Lincoln's Inn Fields, where the matronly lady lived in a sumptuous dwelling, replete with damsels, who wrought curiously in muslins, cambrics, and fine linen, and in every good work that industrious damsels loved to be employed about, except the loom and the spinning-wheel. And methought all the way the young lady and the old lady rode, and after they came in till dinner was ready, the young lady filled up the time with the dismal account of her wrongs and her sufferings, the like of which was never heard by mortal ear, and this in so moving a manner that the good old lady did nothing but weep and sigh and sob, and inveigh against the arts of wicked men, and against that abominable Squire Lovelace, who was a plotting villain, methought she said, and, more than that, an unchained Beelzebub. Methought I was in a dreadful agony when I found the lady had escaped, and in my wrath had like to have slain Dorcas, and our mother, and every one I met. But by some quick transition and strange metamorphosis, which dreams do not usually account for, methought all of a sudden this matronly lady turned into the famous Mother H. herself, and being an old acquaintance of Mother Sinclair, was prevailed upon to assist in my plot upon the young lady. Then, methought, followed a strange scene, for Mother H., longing to hear more of the young lady's story, and night being come, besought her to accept of a place in her own bed, in order to have all the talk to themselves. For, methought, two young nieces of hers had broken in upon them in the middle of the dismal tale. Accordingly, going early to bed, and the sad story being resumed with as great earnestness on one side as attention on the other, before the young lady had gone far in it, Mother H., methought, was taken with a fit of the colic, and her tortures increasing, was obliged to rise to get a cordial she used to find specific in this disorder, to which she was unhappily subject. Having thus risen, and stepped to her closet, methought she let fall the wax taper in her return, and then, O metamorphosis still stranger than the former! What unaccountable things are dreams! Coming to bed again in the dark, the young lady, to her infinite astonishment, grief, and surprise, found Mother H. turned into a young person of the other sex, and although Lovelace was the abhorred of her soul, yet, fearing it was some other person, it was matter of consolation to her, when she found it was no other than himself, and that she had been still the bedfellow of but one and the same man. A strange promiscuous huddle of adventures followed, scenes perpetually shifting. Now nothing heard from the lady but sighs, groans, exclamations, faintings, dyings; from the gentleman but vows, promises, protestations, disclaimers of purposes pursued, and all the gentle and ungentle pressures of the lover's warfare. Then, as quick as thought, for dreams thou knowest confine not themselves to the rules of the drama, ensued recoveries, lyings in, christenings, the smiling boy, amply, even in her own opinion, rewarding the suffering mother. Then the grandfather's estate yielded up, possession taken of it, living very happily upon it, her beloved Norton her companion, Miss Howe her visitor, and admirable, thrice admirable, unable to compare notes with her, a charming girl, by the same father, to her friends charming boy, who, as they grow up, in order to consolidate their mamma's friendships, for neither have dreams regard to consanguinity, intermarry, change names by Act of Parliament, to enjoy my estate, and I know not what of the like incongruous stuff. I awoke, as thou mayest believe, in great disorder, and rejoiced to find my charmer in the next room, and Dorcas honest. Now thou wilt say, this was a very odd dream, and yet, for I am a strange dreamer, it is not altogether improbable that something like it may happen, as the pretty simpleton has the weakness to confide in Dorcas, whom till now she disliked. But I forgot to tell thee one part of my dream, and that was, that the next morning the lady gave way to such transports of grief and resentment, that she was with difficulty diverted from making an attempt upon her own life; but, however, at last was prevailed upon to resolve to live, and make the best of the matter, a letter, methought, from Captain Tomlinson, helping to pacify her, written to apprise me that her uncle Harlowe would certainly be at Kentish Town on Wednesday night, June 28th, the following day, the 29th, being his birthday, and be doubly desirous on that account that our nuptials should be then privately solemnized in his presence. But is Thursday, the 29th, her uncle's anniversary? Methinks thou askest. It is, or else the day of celebration should have been earlier still. 3 weeks ago I heard her say it was, and I have down the birthday of every one in the family, and the wedding day of her father and mother. The minutest circumstances are often of great service in matters of the least importance. And what sayest thou now to my dream? Who says that, sleeping and waking, I have not fine helps from somebody, some spirit rather, as thou'lt be apt to say? But no wonder that a Beelzebub has his devilkins to attend his call. I can have no manner of doubt of succeeding in Mother H.'s part of the scheme, for will the lady, who resolves to throw herself into the first house she can enter, or to bespeak the protection of the first person she meets, and who thinks there can be no danger out of this house equal to what she apprehends from me in it, scruple to accept of the chariot of a dowager accidentally offered, and the lady's protection engaged by her faithful Dorcas, so highly bribed to promote her escape? And then Mrs. H. has the air and appearance of a venerable matron, and is not such a forbidding devil as Mrs. Sinclair. The pretty simpleton knows nothing in the world, nor that people who have money never want assistance in their view, be they what they will. How else could the princes of the earth be so implicitly served as they are, change their hands ever so often, and be their purposes ever so wicked? If I can but get her to go on with me till Wednesday next week, we shall be settled together pretty quietly by that time. And indeed, if she has any gratitude, and has in her the least of her sex's foibles, she must think I deserve her favour by the pains she has cost me, for dearly do they all love that men should take pains about them and for them. And here, for the present, I will lay down my pen, and congratulate myself upon my happy invention, since her obstinacy puts me once more upon exercising it. But with this resolution, I think, that if the present contrivance fail me, I will exert all the faculties of my mind, all my talents, to procure for myself a regal right to her favour, and that in defiance of all my antipathies to the married state, and of the suggestions of the great devil out of the house, and of his secret agents in it; since, if now she is not to be prevailed upon or drawn in, it will be in vain to attempt her further. End of Letter 26. Letter 27 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 27. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Tuesday night, June 20. No admittance yet to my charmer. She is very ill, in a violent fever, Dorcas thinks, yet will have no advice. Dorcas tells her how much I am concerned at it. But again let me ask, does this lady do right to make herself ill when she is not ill? For my own part, libertine as people think me, when I had occasion to be sick, I took a dose of ipecacuanha, that I might not be guilty of a falsehood. And most heartily sick was I, as she who then pitied me full well knew. But here, to pretend to be very ill, only to get an opportunity to run away, in order to avoid forgiving a man who has offended her, how unchristian, if good folks allow themselves in these breaches of a known duty, and in these presumptuous contrivances to deceive, who, Belford, shall blame us? I have a strange notion that the matronly lady will be certainly at the grocer's shop at the hour of 9 to-morrow morning, for Dorcas heard me tell Mrs. Sinclair that I should go out at 8 precisely, and then she is to try for a coach, and if the dowager's chariot should happen to be there, how lucky will it be for my charmer, how strangely will my dream be made out. I have just received a letter from Captain Tomlinson. Is it not wonderful? For that was part of my dream. I shall always have a prodigious regard to dreams henceforward. I know not but I may write a book upon that subject, for my own experience will furnish out a great part of it. Glanville of Witches, Baxter's History of Spirits and Apparitions, and the Royal Pedant's Demonology will be nothing at all to Lovelace's Reveries. The letter is just what I dreamed it to be. I am only concerned that Uncle John's anniversary did not happen 3 or 4 days sooner, for should any new misfortune befall my charmer, she may not be able to support her spirits so long as till Thursday in the next week, yet it will give me the more time for new expedients, should my present contrivance fail, which I cannot, however, suppose. This letter I sealed and broke open. It was brought, thou mayst suppose, by a particular messenger, the seal such a one as the writer need be ashamed of. I took care to inquire after the captain's health in my beloved's hearing, and it is now ready to be produced as a pacifier, according as she shall take on or resent, if the two metamorphoses happen pursuant to my wonderful dream, as, having great faith in dreams, I dare say they will. I think it will not be amiss, in changing my clothes, to have this letter of the worthy captain lie in my beloved's way. End of Letter 27. Letter 28 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 28. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Wednesday noon, June 21. What shall I say now? I, who but a few hours ago had such faith in dreams, and had proposed out of hand to begin my treatise of dreams sleeping and dreams waking, and was pleasing myself with the dialogues between the old matronal lady and the young lady, and with the metamorphoses, absolutely assured that everything would happen as my dream chalked it out, shall never more depend upon those flying follies, those illusions of a fancy depraved and run mad. Thus confoundedly have matters happened. I went out at 8 o'clock in high good humour with myself, in order to give the sought-for opportunity to the plotting mistress and corrupted maid, only ordering Will to keep a good look-out for fear his lady should mistrust my plot, or mistake a hackney-coach for the dowager lady's chariot. But first I sent to know how she did, and receiving for answer very ill, had a very bad night, which latter was but too probable, since this I know, that people who have plots in their heads as seldom have as deserve good ones. I desired a physician might be called in, but was refused. I took a walk in St. James's Park, congratulating myself all the way on my rare inventions. Then, impatient, I took coach, with one of the windows quite up, the other almost up, playing at bo-peep in every chariot I saw pass in my way to Lincoln's Inn Fields, and when arrived there, I sent the coachman to desire any one of Mother H.'s family to come to me to the coach-side, not doubting but I should have intelligence of my fair fugitive there, it being then half an hour after 10. A servant came, who gave me to understand that the matronly lady was just returned by herself in the chariot. Frighted out of my wits, I alighted, and heard from the mother's own mouth that Dorcas had engaged her to protect the lady, but came to tell her afterwards that she had changed her mind, and would not quit the house. Quite astonished, not knowing what might have happened, I ordered the coachman to lash away to our mother's. Arriving here in an instant, the first word I asked was, if the lady was safe. Mr. Lovelace here gives a very circumstantial relation of all that passed between the lady and Dorcas; but as he could only guess at her motives for refusing to go off, when Dorcas told her that she had engaged for her the protection of the dowager lady, it is thought proper to omit this relation, and to supply it by some memoranda of the lady's. But it is first necessary to account for the occasion on which those memoranda were made. The reader may remember that in the letter written to Miss Howe on her escape to Hampstead, see Volume 5, Letter 21, she promises to give her the particulars of her flight at leisure. She had indeed thoughts of continuing her account of everything that had passed between her and Mr. Lovelace since her last narrative letter; but the uncertainty she was in from that time, with the execrable treatment she met with on her being deluded back again, followed by a week's delirium, had hitherto hindered her from prosecuting her intention. But nevertheless, having it still in her view to perform her promise as soon as she had opportunity, she made minutes of everything as it passed, in order to help her memory, which, as she observes in one place, she could less trust to since her late disorders than before. In these minutes, or book of memoranda, she observes that, having apprehensions that Dorcas might be a traitress, she would have got away while she was gone out to see for a coach, and actually slid downstairs with that intent; but that, seeing Mrs. Sinclair in the entry, whom Dorcas had planted there while she went out, she speeded up again unseen. So then went up to the dining-room, and saw the letter of Captain Tomlinson, on which she observes in her memorandum book as follows: "How am I puzzled now! He might leave this letter on purpose, none of the other papers left with it being of any consequence. What is the alternative? To stay and be the wife of the vilest of men, how my heart resists that! To attempt to get off, and fail, ruin inevitable. Dorcas may betray me, I doubt she is still his implement. At his going out he whispered her, as I saw unobserved, in a very familiar manner too, never fear, sir, with a curtsey. In her agreeing to connive at my escape, she provided not for her own safety if I got away, yet had reason in that case to expect his vengeance, and wants not forethought. To have taken her with me was to be in the power of her intelligence, if a faithless creature. Let me, however, though I part not with my caution, keep my charity. Can there be any woman so vile to a woman? Oh yes, Mrs. Sinclair, her aunt. The Lord deliver me! But, alas! I have put myself out of the course of his protection by the natural means, and am already ruined. A father's curse likewise against me. Having made vain all my friends' cautions and solicitudes, I must not hope for miracles in my favour. If I do escape, what may become of me, a poor helpless deserted creature, helpless from sex, from circumstances, exposed to every danger? Lord protect me! His vile man not gone with him, lurking hereabouts, no doubt, to watch my steps. I will not go away by the chariot, however. That the chariot should come so opportunely, so like his many opportunities, that Dorcas should have the sudden thought, should have the courage with the thought, to address a lady in behalf of an absolute stranger to that lady, that the lady should so readily consent, yet the transaction between them to take up so much time, their distance in degree considered, for arduous as the case was, and precious as the time, Dorcas was gone above half an hour. Yet the chariot was said to be ready at a grocer's not many doors off. Indeed, some elderly ladies are talkative, and there are, no doubt, some good people in the world. But that it should chance to be a widow lady who could do what she pleased, that Dorcas should know her to be so by the lozenge, persons in her station are not usually so knowing, I believe, in heraldry. Yet some may, for servants are fond of deriving collateral honours and distinctions, as I may call them, from the quality or people of rank whom they serve. But this sly servant not gone with him, then this letter of Tomlinson. Although I am resolved never to have this wretch, yet may I not throw myself into my uncle's protection at Kentish Town or Highgate, if I cannot escape before, and so get clear of him? May not the evil I know be less than what I may fall into, if I can avoid farther villainy? Farther villainy he has not yet threatened, freely and justly as I have treated him. I will not go, I think, at least, unless I can send this fellow away. She tried to do this, but was prevented by the fellow's pretending to put his ankle out by a slip downstairs, a trick, says his contriving master, in his omitted relation, I had taught him on a like occasion at Amiens. The fellow a villain, the wench, I doubt, a vile wench. At last, concerned for her own safety, plays off and on about a coach. All my hopes of getting off at present over. Unhappy creature, to what farther evils art thou reserved? Oh, how my heart rises at the necessity I must still be under to see and converse with so very vile a man. End of Letter 28. Letter 29 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 29. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Wednesday afternoon. Disappointed in her meditated escape, obliged against her will to meet me in the dining-room, and perhaps apprehensive of being upbraided for her art in feigning herself ill, I expected that the dear perverse would begin with me with spirit and indignation. But I was in hopes, from the gentleness of her natural disposition, from the consideration which I expected from her on her situation, from the contents of the letter of Captain Tomlinson, which Dorcas told me she had seen, and from the time she had had to cool and reflect, since she last admitted me to her presence, that she would not have carried it so strongly through as she did. As I entered the dining-room, I congratulated her and myself upon her sudden recovery, and would have taken her hand with an air of respectful tenderness, but she was resolved to begin where she left off. She turned from me, drawing in her hand with a repulsing and indignant aspect. I meet you once more, said she, because I cannot help it. What have you to say to me? Why am I to be thus detained against my will?" With the utmost solemnity of speech and behaviour, I urged the ceremony. I saw I had nothing else for it. I had a letter in my pocket, I said, feeling for it, although I had not taken it from the table where I left it in the same room, the contents of which, if attended to, would make us both happy. I had been loath to show it to her before, because I hoped to prevail upon her to be mine sooner than the day mentioned in it. I felt for it in all my pockets, watching her eye meantime, which I saw glance towards the table where it lay. I was uneasy that I could not find it. At last, directed again by her sly eye, I spied it on the table at the farther end of the room. With joy I fetched it. "Be pleased to read that letter, madam," with an air of satisfied assurance. She took it, and cast her eye over it in such a careless way as made it evident that she had read it before, and then unthankfully tossed it into the window-seat before her. I urged her to bless me to-morrow or Friday morning, at least that she would not render vain her uncle's journey and kind endeavours to bring about a reconciliation among us all. "Among us all," repeated she, with an air equally disdainful and incredulous. "O Lovelace, thou art surely nearly allied to the grand deceiver, in thy endeavour to suit temptations to inclinations. But what honour, what faith, what veracity, were it possible that I could enter into parley with thee on this subject, which it is not, may I expect from such a man as thou hast shown thyself to be?" I was touched to the quick. "A lady of your perfect character, madam, who has feigned herself sick on purpose to avoid seeing the man who adored her, should not—" "I know what thou wouldst say," interrupted she. "20 and 20 low things that my soul would have been above being guilty of, and which I have despised myself for, have I been brought into by the infection of thy company, and by the necessity thou hadst laid me under of appearing mean. But I thank God, destitute as I am, that I am not, however, sunk so low as to wish to be thine." "I, madam, as the injurer, ought to have patience. It is for the injured to reproach. But your uncle is not in a plot against you, it is to be hoped. There are circumstances in the letter you cast your eyes over—" Again she interrupted me. "Why, once more I ask you, am I detained in this house? Do I not see myself surrounded by wretches, who, though they wear the habit of my sex, may yet, as far as I know, lie in wait for my perdition?" "She would be very loth," I said, "that Mrs. Sinclair and her nieces should be called up to vindicate themselves and their house." "Would but they kill me, let them come, and welcome. I will bless the hand that will strike the blow. Indeed I will. 'Tis idle, very idle, to talk of dying, mere young lady talk, when controlled by those they hate. But let me beseech you, dearest creature, beseech me nothing. Let me not be detained thus against my will. Unhappy creature that I am, said she, in a kind of frenzy, wringing her hands at the same time, and turning from me, her eyes lifted up. Thy curse, O my cruel father, seems to be now in the height of its operation. My weakened mind is full of forebodings that I am in the way of being a lost creature as to both worlds. Blessed, blessed God, said she, falling on her knees, save me, O save me, from myself and from this man. I sunk down on my knees by her, excessively affecting. Oh, that I could recall yesterday! Forgive me, my dearest creature, forgive what is past, as it cannot now but by one way be retrieved. Forgive me only on this condition, that my future faith and honour— She interrupted me, rising. If you mean to beg of me never to seek to avenge myself by law, or by an appeal to my relations, to my cousin Morden in particular, when he comes to England— Damn the law! Rising also, she started. And all those to whom you talk of appealing. I defy both the one and the other. All I beg is your forgiveness, and that you will, on my unfeigned contrition, re-establish me in your favour. Oh, no, no, no! Lifting up her clasped hands, I never, never will, never, never can forgive you, and it is a punishment worse than death to me, that I am obliged to meet you or to see you. This is the last time, my dearest life, that you will ever see me in this posture, on this occasion. And again I kneeled to her. Let me hope that you will be mine next Thursday, your uncle's birthday, if not before. Would to heaven I had never been a villain! Your indignation cannot be greater than my remorse. And I took hold of her gown, for she was going from me. Be remorse thy portion! For thine own sake be remorse thy portion! I never, never will forgive thee. I never, never will be thine. Let me retire. Why kneelest thou to the wretch whom thou hast so vilely humbled? Say but, dearest creature, you will consider. Say but, you will take time to reflect upon what the honour of both our families requires of you. I will not rise. I will not permit you to withdraw, still holding her gown, till you tell me you will consider. Take this letter, weigh well your situation and mine. Say you will withdraw to consider, and then I will not presume to withhold you. Compulsion shall do nothing with me. Though a slave, a prisoner in circumstance, I am no slave in my will. Nothing will I promise thee. Withheld, compelled, nothing will I promise thee. Noble creature, but not implacable, I hope, promise me but to return in an hour. Nothing will I promise thee. Say but that you will see me again this evening. Oh, that I could say that it were in my power to say, I never will see thee more. Would to heaven I never were to see thee more. Passionate beauty! Still holding her, I speak, though with vehemence, the deliberate wish of my heart. Oh, that I could avoid looking down upon thee, mean groveller, and abject as insulting. Let me withdraw. My soul is in tumult. Let me withdraw. I quitted my hold to clasp my hands together. Withdraw, O sovereign of my fate! Withdraw, if you will withdraw. My destiny is in your power. It depends upon your breath. Your scorn but augments my love. Your resentment is but too well-founded. But, dearest creature, return, return, return with a resolution to bless with pardon and peace your faithful adorer. She flew from me. The angel, as soon as she found her wings, flew from me. I, the reptile kneeler, the despicable slave, no more the proud victor, arose, and retiring tried to comfort myself that, circumstanced as she is, destitute of friends and fortune, her uncle, moreover, who is to reconcile all so soon, as I thank my stars she still believes, expected. Oh, that she would forgive me! Would she but generously forgive me, and receive my vows at the altar at the instant of her forgiving me, that I might not have time to relapse into my old prejudices! By my soul, Belford, this dear girl gives the lie to all our rakish maxims. There must be something more than a name in virtue. I now see that there is. Once subdued, always subdued. 'Tis an egregious falsehood, but, oh, Jack, she never was subdued. What have I obtained but an increase of shame and confusion, while her glory has been established by her sufferings? This one merit is, however, left me, that I have laid all her sex under obligation to me, by putting this noble creature to trials, which, so gloriously supported, have done honour to them all. However, but no more will I add. What a force have evil habits! I will take an airing, and try to fly from myself. Do not thou upbraid me on my weak fits, on my contradictory purposes, on my irresolution, and all will be well. End of Letter 29. Letter 30 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 30. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Wednesday night. A man is just now arrived from M. Hall, who tells me that my lord is in a very dangerous way, the gout in his stomach to an extreme degree, occasioned by drinking a great quantity of lemonade. A man of 8,000 a year, to prefer his appetite to his health, he deserves to die, but we have all of us our inordinate passions to gratify, and they generally bring their punishment along with them. So witnesses the nephew as well as the uncle. The fellow was sent upon other business, but stretched his orders a little to make his court to a successor. I am glad I was not at M. Hall at the time my lord took the grateful dose. It was certainly grateful to him at the time. There are people in the world who would have had the wickedness to say that I had persuaded him to drink. The man says that his lordship was so bad when he came away that the family began to talk of sending for me in post-haste. As I know the old peer has a good deal of cash by him, of which he seldom keeps account, it behoves me to go down as soon as I can. But what shall I do with this dear creature the while? To-morrow over, I shall perhaps be able to answer my own question. I am afraid she will make me desperate, for here have I sent to implore her company, and am denied with scorn. I have been so happy as to receive, this moment, a third letter from the dear correspondent, Miss Howe, a little severe devil. It would have broke the heart of my beloved had it fallen into her hands. I will enclose a copy of it. Read it here.
Tuesday, June 20. My dearest Miss Harlowe, again I venture to you, almost against inclination, and that by your former conveyance, little as I like it. I know not how it is with you. It may be bad, and then it would be hard to upbraid you, for a silence you may not be able to help. But if not, what shall I say severe enough, that you have not answered either of my last letters? The first of which, and I think it imported you too much to be silent upon it, you owned the receipt of. The other, which was delivered into your own hands, was so pressing for the favour of a line from you, that I am amazed I could not be obliged, and still more, that I have not heard from you since. The fellow made so strange a story of the condition he saw you in, and of your speech to him, that I know not what to conclude from it, only that he is a simple, blundering, and yet conceited fellow, who, aiming at description and the rustic wonderful, gives an air of bumpkinly romance to all he tells. That this is his character, you will believe, when you are informed that he described you in grief excessive, yet so improved in your person and features, and so rosy, that was his word, in your face, and so flush-coloured, and so plump in your arms, that one would conclude you were labouring under the operation of some malignant poison, and so much the rather, as he was introduced to you when you were upon a couch, from which you offered not to rise or sit up. Upon my word, Miss Harlowe, I am greatly distressed upon your account, for I must be so free as to say, that in your ready return with your deceiver, you have not at all answered my expectations, nor acted up to your own character. For Mrs. Townsend tells me, from the women at Hampstead, how cheerfully you put yourself into his hands again, yet, at the time, it was impossible you should be married. Lord, my dear, what pity it is, that you took much pains to get from the man! But you know best. Sometimes I think it could not be you to whom the rustic delivered my letter, but it must too. Yet it is strange that I could not have one line by him, not one. And you so soon well enough to go with the wretch back again? I am not sure that the letter I am now writing will come to your hands, so shall not say half that I have upon my mind to say. But if you think it worth your while to write to me, pray let me know what fine ladies his relations those were who visited you at Hampstead, and carried you back again so joyfully to a place that I had so fully warned you. But I will say no more, at least till I know more, for I can do nothing but wonder and stand amazed. Notwithstanding all the man's baseness, 'tis plain there was more than a lurking love. Good heaven! But I have done. Yet I know how to have done neither. Yet I must, I will. Only account to me, my dear, for what I cannot at all account for, and inform me whether you are really married or not, and then I shall know whether there must or must not be a period shorter than that of one of our lives, to a friendship which has hitherto been the pride and boast of your Anna Howe.
Dorcas tells me that she has just now had a searching conversation, as she calls it, with her lady. She is willing, she tells the wench, still to place her confidence in her. Dorcas hopes she has reassured her, but wishes me not to depend upon it. Yet Captain Tomlinson's letter must assuredly weigh with her. I sent it in just now by Dorcas, desiring her to reperuse it, and it was not returned me as I feared it would be. And that's a good sign, I think. I say I think, and I think, for this charming creature, entangled as I am in my own inventions, puzzles me 10,000 times more than I her. End of Letter 30. Letter 31 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa, Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 31. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Thursday noon, June 22nd. Let me perish, if I know what to make either of myself or of this surprising creature, now calm, now tempestuous. But I know thou lovest not anticipation any more than I. At my repeated requests, she met me at 6 this morning. She was ready dressed, for she had not her clothes off ever since she declared that they never more should be off in this house, and charmingly she looked, with all the disadvantages of a 3 hours' violent stomach-ache, for Dorcas told me that she had been really ill. No rest, and eyes red and swelled with weeping. Strange to me that those charming fountains have not been so long ago exhausted. But she is a woman, and I believe anatomists allow that women have more watery heads than men. Well, my dearest creature, I hope you have now thoroughly considered of the contents of Captain Tomlinson's letter. But as we are thus early met, let me beseech you to make this my happy day. She looked not favourably upon me. A cloud hung upon her brow at her entrance, but as she was going to answer me, a still greater solemnity took possession of her charming features. Your air and your countenance, my beloved creature, are not propitious to me. Let me beg of you, before you speak, to forbear all further recriminations, for already I have such a sense of my vileness to you, that I know not how to bear the reproaches of my own mind. I have been endeavouring, said she, since I am not permitted to avoid you, to obtain a composure which I never more expected to see you in. How long I may enjoy it, I cannot tell, but I hope I shall be enabled to speak to you without that vehemence which I expressed yesterday, and could not help it. The lady, in her minutes, says, I fear Dorcas is a false one. May I not be able to prevail upon him to leave me at my liberty? Better to try than to trust to her. If I cannot prevail, but must meet him and my uncle, I hope I shall have fortitude enough to renounce him then. But I would fain avoid qualifying with the wretch, or to give him an expectation which I intend not to answer. If I am mistress of my own resolutions, my uncle himself shall not prevail with me to bind my soul in covenant with so vile a man. After a pause, for I was all attention, thus she proceeded. It is easy for me, Mr. Lovelace, to see that further violences are intended me, if I comply not with your purposes, whatever they are. I will suppose them to be what you solemnly profess they are. But I have told you as solemnly my mind, that I never will, that I never can be yours, nor, if so, any man's upon earth. All vengeance, nevertheless, for the wrongs you have done me, I disclaim. I want but to slide into some obscure corner, to hide myself from you and from every one who once loved me. The desire lately so near my heart of a reconciliation with my friends is much abated. They shall not receive me now if they would. Sunk in mine own eyes, I now think myself unworthy of their favour. In the anguish of my soul, therefore, I conjure you, Lovelace, tears in her eyes, to leave me to my fate. In doing so, you will give me a pleasure the highest I now can know. Where, my dearest life, no matter where, I will leave to Providence, when I am out of this house, the direction of my future steps. I am sensible enough of my destitute condition. I know that I have not now a friend in the world. Even Miss Howe has given me up. Or you are. But I would fain keep my temper. By your means I have lost them all, and you have been a barbarous enemy to me. You know you have. She paused. I could not speak. The evils I have suffered, proceeded she, turning from me, however irreparable, are but temporarily evils. Leave me to my hopes of being enabled to obtain the divine forgiveness for the offence I have been drawn in to give to my parents and to virtue, that so I may avoid the evils that are more than temporary. This is now all I have to wish for. And what is it that I demand, that I have not a right to, and from which it is an illegal violence to withhold me? It was impossible for me, I told her plainly, to comply. I besought her to give me her hand, as this very day. I could not live without her. I communicated to her my lord's illness, as a reason why I wished not to stay for her uncle's anniversary. I besought her to bless me with her consent, and after the ceremony was past, to accompany me down to Berks. And thus, my dearest life, said I, will you be freed from a house to which you have conceived so great an antipathy. This, thou wilt own, was a princely offer, and I was resolved to be as good as my word. I thought I had killed my conscience, as I told thee, Belford, some time ago. But conscience, I find, though it may be temporarily stifled, cannot die, and when it dare not speak aloud, will whisper. And at this instant I thought I felt the revived varletess on but a slight retrograde motion, writhing around my pericardium like a serpent, and in the action of a dying one, collecting all its force into its head, fix its plaguy fangs into my heart. She hesitated and looked down, as if irresolute, and this set my heart up at my mouth, and, believe me, I had instantly popped in upon me, in imagination, an old spectacled parson, with a white surplice thrown over a black habit, a fit emblem of the halcyon office, which, under a benign appearance, often introduced a life of storms and tempests, whining and snuffling through his nose the irrevocable ceremony. I hope now, my dearest life, said I, snatching her hand, and pressing it to my lips, that your silence bodes me good. Let me, my beloved creature, have but your tacit consent, and this moment I will step out and engage a minister. And then I promised how much my whole future life should be devoted to her commands, and that I would make her the best and tenderest of husbands. At last, turning to me, "I have told you my mind, Mr. Lovelace," said she. "Think you that I could thus solemnly—" There she stopped. "I am too much in your power," proceeded she, "your prisoner, rather than a person free to choose for myself, or to say what I will do or be. But as a testimony that you mean me well, let me instantly quit this house, and I will then give you such an answer in writing as best befits my unhappy circumstances. And imaginest thou, fairest, thought I, that this will go down with a Lovelace? Thou oughtest to have known that free livers, like ministers of state, never part with a power put into their hands without an equivalent of twice the value. I pleaded that if we joined hands this morning, if not to‐morrow, if not on Thursday, her uncle's birthday, and in his presence, and afterwards, as I had proposed, set out for Berks, we should, of course, quit this house, and, on our return to town, should have in readiness the house I was in treaty for. She answered me not, but with tears and sighs, fond of believing what I hoped I imputed her silence to the modesty of her sex. The dear creature, thought I, solemnly as she began with me, is ruminating in a sweet suspense how to put into fit words the gentle purposes of her condescending heart. But looking in her averted face with a soothing gentleness, I plainly perceived that it was resentment and not bashfulness that was struggling in her bosom. The lady, in her minutes, owns the difficulty she lay under to keep her temper in this conference. But when I found, says she, that all my entreaties were ineffectual, and that he was resolved to detain me, I could no longer withhold my impatience. At last she broke silence. "I have no patience," said she, "to find myself a slave, a prisoner, in a vile house. Tell me, sir, in so many words tell me, whether it be or be not your intention to permit me to quit it, to permit me the freedom which is my birthright as an English subject. Will not the consequence of your departure hence be that I shall lose you for ever, madam? And can I bear the thoughts of that?" She flung from me. "My soul disdains to hold parley with thee," were her violent words. But I threw myself at her feet, and took hold of her reluctant hand, and began to imprecate, avow, to promise. But thus the passionate beauty interrupting me, went on. "I am sick of thee, man. One continued string of vows, oaths, and protestations, varied only by time and place, fills thy mouth. Why detainest thou me? My heart rises against thee, O thou cruel implement of my brother's causeless vengeance. All I beg of thee is, that thou wilt remit me the future part of my father's dreadful curse. The temporary part, base and ungrateful as thou art, thou hast completed." I was speechless. Well I might. Her brother's implement! James Harlowe's implement! Zounds, Jack! What words were these? I let go her struggling hand. She took 2 or 3 turns, crossed the room, her whole haughty soul in her air. Then approaching me, but in silence, turning from me, and again to me, in a milder voice, "I see thy confusion, Lovelace. Or is it thy remorse? I have but one request to make thee, the request so often repeated, that thou wilt this moment permit me to quit this house. Adieu then, let me say for ever adieu. and mayest thou enjoy that happiness in this world which thou hast robbed me of, as thou hast of every friend I have in it. And saying this, away she flung, leaving me in a confusion so great that I knew not what to think, say, or do. But Dorcas soon roused me. Do you know, sir, running in hastily, that my lady is gone downstairs? No, sure. And down I flew, and found her once more at the street door, contending with Polly Horton to get out. She rushed by me into the fore parlour, and flew to the window, and attempted once more to throw up the sash. Good people! Good people! cried she. I caught her in my arms, and lifted her from the window, but being afraid of hurting the charming creature, charming in her very rage, she slid through my arms on the floor. Let me die here! Let me die here! Were her words, remaining jointless and immovable, till Sally and Mrs. Sinclair hurried in. She was visibly terrified at the sight of the old wretch, while I, sincerely affected, appealed. Bear witness, Mrs. Sinclair! Bear witness, Miss Martin, Miss Horton! Every one bear witness that I offer not violence to this beloved creature. She then found her feet. O house, look towards the windows and all round her. O house, contrived on purpose for my ruin, said she. But let not that woman come into my presence, not that Miss Horton neither, who would not have dared to control me, had she not been a base one. Ho, sir! Ho, madam! vociferated the old dragon, her arms kimboed, and flourishing with one foot to the extent of her petticoats. What's ado here about nothing? I never knew such work in my life between a chicken of a gentleman and a tiger of a lady. She was visibly affrighted, and upstairs she hastened. A bad woman is certainly, Jack, more terrible to her own sex than even a bad man. I followed her up. She rushed by her own apartment into the dining-room. No terror can make her forget her punctilio. To recite what passed there of invective, exclamations, threatenings, even of her own life on one side, of expostulations, supplications, and sometimes menaces on the other, would be too affecting. And after my particularity in like scenes, these things may as well be imagined as expressed. I will therefore only mention that at length I extorted a concession from her. She had reason to think it would have been worse for her on the spot if she had not made it. It was, that she would endeavour to make herself easy till she saw what next Thursday her uncle's birthday would produce. But oh, that it were not a sin, she passionately exclaimed, on making this poor concession, to put an end to her own life, rather than yield to give me but that assurance. The lady mentions in her memorandum-book that she had no other way, as is apprehended, to save herself from instant dishonour, but by making this concession. Her only hope now, she says, if she cannot escape by Dorcas's connivance, whom, nevertheless, she suspects, is to find a way to engage the protection of her uncle, and even of the civil magistrate, on Thursday next, if necessary. He shall see, says she, tame and timid as he thought me, what I dare to do, to avoid so hated a compulsion, and a man capable of a baseness so premeditatedly vile and inhuman. This, however, shows me that she is aware that the reluctantly given assurance may be fairly construed into a matrimonial expectation on my side, and if she will now, even now, look forward, I think from my heart that I will put on her livery and wear it for life. What a situation am I in, with all my cursed inventions! I am puzzled, confounded, and ashamed of myself upon the whole, to take such pains to be a villain. But for the 50th time let me ask thee, who would have thought that there had been such a woman in the world? Nevertheless, she had best take care that she carries not her obstinacy much farther. She knows not what revenge for slighted love will make me do. The busy scenes I have just passed through have given emotions to my heart, which will not be quieted one while. My heart, I see, on reperusing what I have written, has communicated its tremors to my fingers, and in some places the characters are so indistinct and unformed that thou'lt hardly be able to make them out. But if one half of them is only intelligible, that will be enough to expose me to thy contempt for the wretched hand I have made of my plots and contrivances. But surely, Jack, I have gained some ground by this promise. And now one word to the assurances thou sendest me, that thou hast not betrayed my secrets in relation to this charming creature. Thou mightest have spared them, Belford. My suspicions held no longer than while I wrote about them. For well I knew, when I allowed myself time to think, that thou hadst no principles, no virtue to be misled by. A great deal of strong envy, and a little of weak pity, I knew to be thy motives. Thou couldst not provoke my anger and my compassion thou ever hadst, and art now more especially entitled to it, because thou art a pitiful fellow. All thy new expostulations in my beloved's behalf I will answer when I see thee. End of Letter 31. Letter 32 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 32. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Thursday night. Confoundedly out of humour with this perverse woman, nor wilt thou blame me if thou art my friend. She regards the concession she made as a concession extorted from her, and we are but just where we were before she made it. With great difficulty I prevailed upon her to favour me with her company for 1/2 hour this evening. The necessity I was under to go down to M. Hall was the subject I wanted to talk upon. I told her that as she had been so good as to promise that she would endeavour to make herself easy till she saw the Thursday Inn next week over, I hoped that she would not scruple to oblige me with her word that I should find her here at my return from M. Hall. Indeed, she would make no such promise. Nothing of this house was mentioned to me, said she. "You know it was not. And do you think that I would have given my consent to my imprisonment in it?" I was plaguily nettled and disappointed too. "If I go not down to M. Hall, madam, you'll have no scruple to stay here, I suppose, till Thursday is over? If I cannot help myself, I must, but I insist upon being permitted to go out of this house, whether you leave it or not." "Well, madam, then I will comply with your commands, and I will go out this very evening in quest of lodgings that you shall have no objections to." "I will have no lodgings of your providing, sir. I will go to Mrs. Moore's at Hampstead." "Mrs. Moore's, madam! I have no objection to Mrs. Moore's, but will you give me your promise to admit me there to your presence, as I do here, when I cannot help it?" "Very well, madam. Will you be so good as to let me know what you intend by your promise to make yourself easy?" "To endeavour, sir, to make myself easy," were the words. "Till you saw what next Thursday would produce. Ask me no questions that may ensnare me. I am too sincere for the company I am in. Let me ask you, madam, what meant you when you said that, were it not a sin, you would die before you gave me that assurance?" She was indignantly silent. "You thought, madam, you had given me room to hope your pardon by it? When I think I ought to answer you with patience, I will speak. Do you think yourself in my power, madam? If I were not—" And there she stopped. "Dearest creature, speak out. I beseech you, dearest creature, speak out." She was silent, her charming face all in a glow. "Have you, madam, any reliance upon my honour?" Still silent. "You hate me, madam. You despise me more than you do the most odious of God's creatures." "You ought to despise me if I did not." "You say, madam, you are in a bad house. You have no reliance upon my honour. You believe you cannot avoid me." She arose. "I beseech you, let me withdraw." I snatched her hand, rising, and pressed it first to my lips and then to my heart, in wild disorder. She might have felt the bounding mischief ready to burst its bars. "You shall go to your own apartment, if you please, but, by the great God of heaven, I will accompany you thither." She trembled. "Pray, pray, Mr. Lovelace, don't terrify me so." "Be seated, madam. I beseech you, be seated. I will sit down." "Do then." All my soul is in my eyes, and my heart's blood throbbing at my fingers' ends. "I will, I will. You hurt me. Pray, Mr. Lovelace, don't frighten me so." And down she sat trembling, my hand still grasping hers. I hung over her throbbing bosom, and putting my other arm round her waist. "And you say you hate me, madam, and you say you despise me, and you say you promise me nothing." "Yes, yes, I did promise you. Let me not be held down thus. You see I sat down when you bid me. Why," struggling, "need you hold me down thus? I did promise to endeavour to be easy till Thursday was over. But you won't let me. How can I be easy? Pray, let me not be thus terrified." "And what, madam, meant you by your promise? Did you mean anything in my favour? You designed that I should at that time think you did. Did you mean anything in my favour, madam? Did you intend that I should think you did? Let go my hand, sir. Take away your arm from about me, struggling yet trembling. Why do you gaze upon me so? Answer me, madam. Did you mean anything in my favour by your promise? Let me be not thus constrained to answer. Then, pausing, and gaining more spirit, let me go, said she. I am but a woman, but a weak woman. But my life is in my own power, though my person is not. I will not be thus constrained. You shall not, madam, quitting her hand, bowing. But my heart is at my mouth, and hoping farther provocation. She arose, and was hurrying away. I pursue you not, madam. I will try your generosity. Stop! Return this moment. Stop! Return, if, madam, you would not make me desperate. She stopped at the door, burst into tears. O Lovelace, how have I deserved? Be pleased, dearest angel, to return. She came back, but with declared reluctance, and imputing her compliance to terror. Terror, Jack, as I have heretofore found out, though I have so little benefited by the discovery, must be my resort, if she make it necessary. Nothing else will do with the inflexible charmer. She seated herself over against me, extremely discomposed, but indignation had a visible predominance in her features. I was going towards her, with a countenance intendedly changed to love and softness. Sweetest, dearest angel, were my words, in the tenderest accent, but rising up, she insisted upon my being seated at a distance from her. I obeyed, and begged her hand over the table to my extended hand, to see if in anything she would oblige me. But nothing gentle, soft, or affectionate would do. She refused me her hand. Was she wise, Jack, to confirm to me that nothing but terror would do? Let me only know, madam, if your promise to endeavour to wait with patience the event of next Thursday meant me favour. Do you expect any voluntary favour from one to whom you give not a free choice? Do you intend, madam, to honour me with your hand in your uncle's presence, or do you not? My heart and my hand shall never be separated. Why, think you, did I stand in opposition to the will of my best, my natural friends? I know what you mean, madam. Am I then as hateful to you as the vile Solmes? Ask me not such a question, Mr. Lovelace. I must be answered. Am I as hateful to you as the vile Solmes? Why do you call Mr. Solmes vile? Don't you think him so, madam? Why should I? Did Mr. Solmes ever do vilely by me? Dearest creature, don't distract me by hateful comparisons, and perhaps by a more hateful preference. Don't you, sir, put questions to me that you know I will answer truly, though my answer were ever so much to enrage you. My heart, madam, my soul is all yours at present. But you must give me hope that your promise, in your own construction, binds you, no new cause to the contrary, to be mine on Thursday. How else can I leave you? Let me go to Hampstead, and trust to my favour. May I trust to it? Say only, may I trust to it? How will you trust to it, if you extort an answer to this question? Say only, dearest creature, say only, may I trust to your favour, if you go to Hampstead? How dare you, sir, if I must speak out, expect a promise of favour from me? What a mean creature must you think me, after the ungrateful baseness to me, were I to give you such a promise? Then, standing up, thou hast made me, O vilest of men! Her hands clasped, and a face crimsoned with indignation, an inmate of the vilest of houses. Nevertheless, while I am in it, I shall have a heart incapable of anything but abhorrence of that and thee. And round her looked the angel, and upon me, with fear in her sweet aspect of the consequence of her free declaration. But what a devil must I have been, I who love bravery in a man, had I not been more struck with admiration of her fortitude at the instant than stimulated by revenge. Noblest of creatures! And do you think I can leave you and my interest in such an excellence precarious? No promise, no hope. If you make me not desperate, may lightning blast me, if I do you not all the justice 'tis in my power to do you. If you have any intention to oblige me, leave me at my own liberty, and let me not be detained in this abominable house, to be constrained as I have been constrained, to be stopped by your vile agents, to be brought up by force, and be bruised in my own defence against such illegal violence. I dare to die, Lovelace, and she who fears not death is not to be intimidated into a meanness unworthy of her heart and principles. Wonderful creature! But why, madam, did you lead me to hope for something favourable for next Thursday? Once more, make me not desperate. With all your magnanimity, glorious creature, I was more than half frantic, Belford. You may, but do not make me brutally threaten you. Do not make me desperate. My aspect, I believe, threatened still more than my words. I was rising. She rose. Mr. Lovelace, be pacified. You are even more dreadful than the Lovelace I have long dreaded. Let me retire. I ask your leave to retire. You really frighten me. Yet I give you no hope. From my heart say not, madam, you abhor me. You must for your own sake conceal your hatred, at least not avow it. I seized her hand. Let me retire, said she, in a manner out of breath. I will only say, madam, that I refer myself to your generosity. My heart is not to be trusted at this instant. As a mark of my submission to your will, you shall, if you please, withdraw. but I will not go to M. Hall, live or die, my Lord M. I will not go to M. Hall, but will attend the effect of your promise. Remember, madam, you have promised to endeavour to make yourself easy till you see the event of next Thursday. Next Thursday, remember, your uncle comes up to see us married. That's the event. You think ill of your Lovelace. Do not, madam, suffer your own morals to be degraded by the infection, as you called it, of his example. Away flew the charmer with this half permission, and no doubt thought that she had an escape, nor without reason. I knew not for half an hour what to do with myself, vexed at the heart nevertheless, now she was from me, and when I reflected upon her hatred of me, and her defiances, that I suffered myself to be so overawed, checked, restrained. And now I have written thus far, have, of course, recollected the whole of our conversation, I am more and more incensed against myself. But I will go down to these women, and perhaps suffer myself to be laughed at by them. Devil fetch them, they pretend to know their own sex. Sally was a woman well educated, Polly also. Both have read, both have sense, of parentage not mean, once modest both, still, they say, had been modest, but for me. Not entirely indelicate now, though too little nice for my personal intimacy, loath as they both are to have me think so. The old one, too, a woman of family, though thus from bad inclination, as well as at first from low circumstances, miserably sunk, and hence they all pretend to remember what once they were, and vouch for the inclinations and hypocrisy of the whole sex, and wish for nothing so ardently as that I will leave the perverse lady to their management while I am gone to Berkshire, undertaking absolutely for her humility and passiveness on my return, and continually boasting of the many perverse creatures whom they have obliged to draw in their traces. I am just come from the sorceresses. I was forced to take the mother down, for she began with her "Ho, sir!" with me, and to catechize and upbraid me with as much insolence as if I owed her money. I made her fly the pit at last. Strange wishes wished we against each other at her quitting it. What were they? I'll tell thee. She wished me married, and to be jealous of my wife, and my heir apparent, the child of another man. I was even with her with a vengeance. And yet thou wilt think that could not well be. As how? As how, Jack? Why, I wished for her conscience come to life, and I know by the gripes mine gives me every half hour that she would then have a cursed time of it. Sally and Polly gave themselves high airs too. Their first favours were thrown at me, women to boast of those favours which they were as willing to impart. First forms all the difficulty with them, as I do receive. I was upbraided with ingratitude, dastardize, and all my difficulties with my angel charged upon myself, for want of following my blows, and for leaving the proud lady mistress of her own will, and nothing to reproach herself with. And all agreed that the arts used against her on a certain occasion had too high an operation for them or me to judge what her will would have been in the arduous trial. And then they blamed one another, as I cursed them all. They concluded that I should certainly marry and be a lost man, and Sally on this occasion, with an affected and malicious laugh, snapped her fingers at me, and pointing two of each hand forkedly at me, bid me remember the lines I once showed her of my favourite Jack Dryden, as she always familiarly calls that celebrated poet. We women to new joys unseen may move. There are no prints left in the path of love. All goods besides by public marks are known, but those men most desire to keep have none. This infernal implement had the confidence further to hint that, when a wife, some other man would not find half the difficulty with my angel that I had found. Confidence indeed! But yet I must say, if a man gives himself up to the company of these devils, they never let him rest till he either suspects or hate his wife. But a word or two of other matters, if possible. Methinks I long to know how causes go at M. Hall. I have another private intimation that the old peer is in the greatest danger. I must go down. Yet what to do with this lady the meanwhile? These cursed women are full of cruelty and enterprise. She will never be easy with them in my absence. They will have provocation and pretence therefore. But woe be to them if— Yet what will vengeance do after an insult committed? The two nymphs will have jealous rage to goad them on, and what will withhold a jealous and already ruined woman? To let her go elsewhere, that cannot be done. I am still too resolved to be honest if she'll give me hope, if yet she'll let me be honest. But I'll see how she'll be after the contention she will certainly have between her resentment and the terror she has reason for from our last conversation. So let this subject rest till the morning. And to the old peer once more. I shall have a good deal of trouble, I reckon, though no sordid man, to be decent on the expected occasion. Then how to act, I, who am no hypocrite, in the days of condolement? What farce have I to go through, and to be the principal actor in them? I'll try to think of my own latter end, a grey beard and a graceless air, in order to make me serious. Thou, Belford, knowest a good deal of this sort of grimace, and canst help a gay heart to a little of the dismal. But then every feature of thy face is cut out for it. My heart may be touched perhaps sooner than thine, for believe me or not, I have a very tender one. But then no man looking into my face, be the occasion for grief ever so great, will believe that heart to be deeply distressed. All is placid, easy, serene in my countenance. Sorrow cannot sit half an hour together upon it. Nay, I believe that Lord M.'s recovery, should it happen, would not affect me above a quarter of an hour. Only the new scenery, and the pleasure of aping an Heraclitus to the family, while I am a Democritus among my private friends, or I want nothing that the old peer can leave me. Wherefore then should grief sadden and distort such blithe, such jocund features as mine? But as for thine, were there murder committed in the street, and thou wert but passing by, the murderer even in sight, the pursuers would quit him, and lay hold of thee, and thy very looks would hang, as well as apprehend thee. But one word to business, Jack. Whom dealest thou with for thy blacks? Wert thou well used? I shall want a plaguy parcel of them, for I intend to make every soul of the family mourn. Outside, if not in. End of Letter 32. Letter 33 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 33. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, June 23rd, Friday morning. I went out early this morning, on a design that I know not yet whether I shall or shall not pursue, and on my return found Simon Parsons, my lord's Berkshire bailiff, just before arrived, awaiting for me with a message in form, sent by all the family, to press me to go down, and that at my lord's particular desire, who wants to see me before he dies. Simon has brought my lord's chariot and six, perhaps my own by this time, to carry me down. I have ordered it to be in readiness by 4 to-morrow morning. The cattle shall smoke for the delay, and by the rest they'll have in the interim, will be better able to bear it. I am still resolved upon matrimony, if my fair perverse will accept of me. But if she will not, why then I must give an uninterrupted hearing, not to my conscience, but to these women below. Dorcas had acquainted her lady with Simon's arrival and errand. My beloved had desired to see him, but my coming in prevented his attendance on her, just as Dorcas was instructing him what questions he should not answer to that might be asked of him. I am to be admitted to her presence immediately, at my repeated request. Surely the acquisition in view will help me to make up all with her. She has just gone up to the dining-room. Nothing will do, Jack. I can procure no favour from her, though she has obtained from me the point which she had set her heart upon. I will give thee a brief account of what passed between us. I first proposed instant marriage, and this in the most fervent manner, but was denied as fervently. Would she be pleased to assure me that she would stay here only till Tuesday morning? I would but just go down to see how my lord was, to know whether he had anything particular to say or enjoin me, while yet he was sensible, as he was very earnest to see me. Perhaps I might be up on Sunday. Concede in something, I beseech you, madam. Show me some little consideration. Why, Mr. Lovelace, must I be determined by your motions? Think you that I will voluntarily give a sanction to the imprisonment of my person? Of what importance to me ought to be your stay or your return? Give a sanction to the imprisonment of your person? Do you think, madam, that I fear the law? I might have spared this foolish question of defiance, but my pride would not let me. I thought she threatened me, Jack. I don't think you fear the law, sir. You are too brave to have any regard either to moral or divine sanctions. 'Tis well, madam, but ask me anything I can do to oblige you, and I will oblige you, although in nothing will you oblige me. Then I ask you, then I request of you, to let me go to Hampstead. I paused, and at last, by my soul you shall, this very moment. I will wait upon you, and see you fixed there, if you'll promise me your hand on Thursday in presence of your uncle. I want not you to see me fixed. I will promise nothing. Take care, madam, that you don't let me see that I can have no reliance upon your future favour. I have been used to be threatened by you, sir, but I will accept of your company to Hampstead. I will be ready to go in a quarter of an hour. My clothes may be sent after me. You know the condition, madam, next Thursday. You dare not trust. My infinite demerits tell me that I ought not. Nevertheless, I will confide in your generosity. To-morrow morning, no new cause arising to give reason to the contrary, as early as you please, you may go to Hampstead. This seemed to oblige her, but yet she looked with a face of doubt. I will go down to the women, Belford, and having no better judges at hand, will hear what they say upon my critical situation with this proud beauty, who has so insolently rejected a Lovelace, kneeling at her feet, though making an earnest tender of himself for a husband, in spite of all his prejudices to the state of shackles. End of Letter 33. Letter 34 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. A Letter 34. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Just come from the women. Have I gone so far, and am I afraid to go farther? Have I not already, as is evident by her behaviour, sinned beyond forgiveness? A woman's tears used to be to me but as water sprinkled on a glowing fire, which gives it a fiercer and brighter blaze. What defence has this lady but her tears and her eloquence? She was before taken at no weak advantage. She was insensible in her moments of trial. Had she been sensible, she must have been sensible, so they say. The methods taken with her have augmented her glory and her pride. She has now a tale to tell, that she may tell with honour to herself. No accomplice inclination. She can look me into confusion, without being conscious of so much as a thought which she need to be ashamed of. This, Jack, is the substance of the women's reasonings with me. To which let me add, that the dear creature now sees the necessity I am in to leave her. Detecting me is in her head. My contrivances are of such a nature that I must appear to be the most odious of men if I am detected on this side matrimony. And yet I have promised, as thou seest, that she shall set out to Hampstead as soon as she pleases in the morning, and that without condition on her side. Dost thou ask what I meant by this promise? No new cause arising was the proviso on my side, thou'lt remember. But there will be a new cause. Suppose Dorcas should drop the promissory note given her by her lady. Servants, especially those who cannot read or write, are the most careless people in the world of written papers. Suppose I take it up, at a time, too, that I was determined that the dear creature should be her own mistress, will not this detection be a new cause? A cause that will carry with it against her the appearance of ingratitude. That she designed it a secret to me argues a fear of detection, and indirectly a sense of guilt. I wanted a pretence. Can I have a better? If I am in a violent passion upon the detection, is not passion an universally allowed extenuator of violence? Is not every man and woman obliged to excuse that fault in another, which at times they find attended with such ungovernable effects in themselves? The mother and sisterhood, suppose, brought to sit in judgment upon the vile corrupted, the least benefit that must accrue from the accidental discovery, if not a pretence for perpetration, which, however, may be the case, an excuse for renewing my orders for her detention till my return from M. Hall, the fault her own, and for keeping a stricter watch over her than before, with direction to send me any letters that may be written by her or to her. And when I return, the devil's in it, if I find not a way to make her choose lodgings for herself, since these are so hateful to her, that shall answer all my purposes, and yet I no more appear to direct her choice than I did before in these. Thou wilt curse me when thou comest to this place. I know thou wilt. But thinkest thou that after such a series of contrivance I will lose this inimitable woman for want of a little more? A rake's a rake, Jack, and what rake is withheld by principle from the perpetration of any evil his heart is set upon, and in which he thinks he can succeed? Besides, am I not in earnest as to marriage? Will not the generality of the world acquit me if I do marry? And what is that injury which a church rite will not at any time repair? Is not the catastrophe of every story that ends in wedlock accounted happy, be the difficulties in the progress of it ever so great? But here how am I engrossed by this lady, while poor Lord M., as Simon tells me, lies groaning in the most dreadful agonies. What must he suffer? Heaven relieve him! I have a too compassionate heart, and so would the dear creature have found, could I have thought that the worst of her sufferings is equal to the lightest of his. I mean as to fact, for as to that part of hers which arises from extreme sensibility, I know nothing of that, and cannot therefore be answerable for it. End of Letter 34. Letter 35 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 35. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Just come from my charmer. She will not suffer me to say half the obliging, the tender things which my honest heart is ready to overflow with. A confounded situation that, when a man finds himself in humour to be eloquent and pathetic at the same time, yet cannot engage the mistress of his fate to lend an ear to his fine speeches. I can account now how it comes about that lovers, when their mistresses are cruel, run into solitude and disburthen their minds to stocks and stones. For am I not forced to make my complaints to thee? She claimed the performance of my promise the moment she saw me, of permitting her, haughtily she spoke the word, to go to Hampstead as soon as I was gone to Bucks. Most cheerfully I renewed it. She desired me to give orders in her hearing. I sent for Dorcas and Will. They came. Do you both take notice, but perhaps, sir, I may take you with me, that your lady is to be obeyed in all her commands. She purposes to return to Hampstead as soon as I am gone. My dear, will you not have a servant to attend you? I shall want no servant there. Will you take Dorcas? If I should want Dorcas, I can send for her. Dorcas could not but say, she should be very proud. Well, well, that may be at my return, if your lady permit. Shall I, my dear, call up Mrs. Sinclair, and give her orders to the same effect in your hearing? I desire not to see Mrs. Sinclair, nor any that belong to her. As you please, madam. And then, the servants being withdrawn, I urged her again for the assurance that she would meet me at the altar on Thursday next, but to no purpose. May she not thank herself for all that may follow? One favour, however, I would not be denied, to be admitted to pass the evening with her. All sweetness and obsequiousness will I be on this occasion. My whole soul shall be poured out to move her to forgive me. If she will not, and if the promissory note should fall in my way, my revenge will doubtless take total possession of me. All the house in my interest, and every one in it not only engaging to intimidate and assist, as occasion shall offer, but staking all their experience upon my success, if it be not my own fault, what must be the consequence? This, Jack, however, shall be her last trial, and if she behave as nobly in and after this second attempt, all her senses about her, as she has done after the first, she will come out an angel upon full proof, in spite of man, woman, and devil. Then shall there be an end of all her sufferings. I will then renounce that vanquished devil, and reform. And if any vile machination start up, presuming to mislead me, I will sooner stab it in my heart as it rises, than give way to it. A few hours will now decide all, but whatever be the event, I shall be too busy to write again till I get to M. Hall. Meantime I am in strange agitations. I must suppress them, if possible, before I venture into her presence. My heart bounces my bosom from the table. I will lay down my pen, and wholly resign to its impulses. End of Letter 35. Letter 36 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 36. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Friday night, or rather Sat morn, 1 o'clock. I thought I should not have had either time or inclination to write another line before I got to M. Hall. But having the first, must find the last, since I can neither sleep nor do anything but write, if I can do that. I am most confoundedly out of humour. The reason let it follow, if it will follow, nor preparation for it from me. I tried by gentleness and love to soften what? Marble. A heart incapable either of love or gentleness, her past injuries for ever in her head, ready to receive a favour, the permission to go to Hampstead, but neither to deserve it nor return any. So my scheme of the gentle kind was soon given over. I then wanted to provoke her, like a coward boy, who waits for the first blow before he can persuade himself to fight. I half challenged her to challenge or defy me. She seemed aware of her danger, and would not directly brave my resentment, but kept such a middle course, that I neither could find a pretence to offend, nor reason to hope. Yet she believed my tale, that her uncle would come to Kentish Town, and seemed not to apprehend that Tomlinson was an impostor. She was very uneasy upon the whole in my company, wanted often to break from me, yet so held me to my purpose of permitting her to go to Hampstead, that I knew not how to get off it, though it was impossible in my precarious situation with her to think of performing it. In this situation, the women ready to assist, and if I proceeded not, as ready to ridicule me. What had I left me? but to pursue the concerted scheme, and to seek a pretence to quarrel with her, in order to revoke my promised permission, and to convince her that I would not be upbraided as the most brutal of ravishers for nothing. I had agreed with the woman that if I could not find a pretence in her presence to begin my operations, the note should lie in my way, and I was to pick it up soon after her retiring from me. But I began to doubt at near 10 o'clock, so earnest was she to leave me, suspecting my over-warm behaviour to her, and eager grasping of her hand 2 or 3 times, with eye-strings, as I felt, on the strain, while her eyes showed uneasiness and apprehension, that if she actually retired for the night, it might be a chance whether it would be easy to come at her again. Loath therefore to run such a risk, I stepped out a little after 10, with intent to alter the preconcerted disposition a little, saying I would attend her again instantly, but as I returned I met her at the door, intending to withdraw for the night. I could not persuade her to go back, nor had I presence of mind so full of complaisance as I was to her just before, to stay her by force, so she slid through my hands into her own apartment. I had nothing to do, therefore, but to let my former concert take place. I should have promised, but care not for order of time, connection, or anything else, that between 8 and 9 in the evening another servant of Lord M. on horseback came, to desire me to carry down with me Dr. S., the old peer, having been once in extremis, as they judge he is now, relieved and reprieved by him. I sent and engaged the doctor to accompany me down, and am to call upon him by 4 this morning, or the devil should have both my lord and the doctor if I'd stir till I got all made up. Poke thy damned nose forward into the event, if thou wilt. Curse me, if thou shalt have it till its proper time and place, and too soon then. She had hardly got into her chamber, but I found a little paper, as I was going into mine, which I took up, and opening it, for it was carefully pinned in another paper, what should it be but a promissory note, given as a bribe, with a further promise of a diamond ring, to induce Dorcas to favour her mistress's escape. How my temper changed in a moment! Ring, 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 ring I my bell, with a violence enough to break the string, and as if the house were on fire. Every devil frighted into active life, the whole house in an uproar. Up runs Will. Sir, 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 eyes goggling, mouth distended. Bid the damned toad Dorcas come hither, as I stood at the stair-head, in a horrible rage, and out of breath, cried I. In sight came the trembling devil, but standing aloof from the report made her by Will of the passion I was in, as well as from what she had heard. Flash came out my sword immediately, for I had it ready on. Cursed, confounded, villainous bribery and corruption! Up runs she to her lady's door, screaming out for safety and protection. Good your honour, interposed Will, for God's sake, O Lord, receiving a good cuff, take that, varlet, for saving the ungrateful wretch from my vengeance. Wretch, I intended to say, but if it were some other word of like ending, passion must be my excuse. Up ran 2 or 3 of the sisterhood. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" "The matter!" For still my beloved opened not the door. On the contrary, drew another bolt. "This abominable Dorcas! Call her aunt up. Let her see what a traitress she has placed about me, and let her bring the toad to answer for herself, has taken a bribe, a provision for life, to betray her trust, by that means to perpetuate a quarrel between a man and his wife, and frustrate for ever all hope of reconciliation between us. Let me perish, Belford, if I have patience to proceed with the farce. If I must resume, I must. Up came the aunt, puffing and blowing. As she hoped for mercy, she was not privy to it. She never knew such a plotting perverse lady in her life. Well might servants be at the pass they were, when such ladies as Mrs. Lovelace made no conscience of corrupting them. For her part, she desired no mercy for the wretch, no niece of hers, if she were not faithful to her trust. But what was the proof? She was shown the paper. But too evident. Cursed, cursed toad, devil, jade, passed from each mouth, and the vileness of the corrupted and the unworthiness of the corruptress were inveighed against. Up we all went, passing the lady's door, into the dining-room, to proceed to trial. Stamp, stamp, stamp up, each on her heels, rave, 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 every tongue. Bring up the creature before us all this instant. And would she have got out of the house, say you? These the noises and the speeches, as we clattered by the door of the fair bribress. Up was brought Dorcas, whimpering, between 2, both bawling out, "You must go, you shall go, 'tis fit you should answer for yourself. You are a discredit to all worthy servants," as they pulled and pushed her upstairs, she whining, "I cannot see his honour, I cannot look so good and so generous a gentleman in the face. Oh, how shall I bear my aunt's raving?" "Come up and be damned. Bring her forward, her imperial judge. What a plague! It is the detection, not the crime, that confounds you. You could be quiet enough for days together, as I see by the date under the villainy. Tell me, ungrateful devil, tell me who made the first advances." "I, disgrace to my family and blood," cried the old one. "Tell his honour, tell the truth, who made the first advances?" "I, cursed creature," cried Sally, "who made the first advances?" "I have betrayed one trust already. O let me not betray another. My lady is a good lady. O let not her suffer." "Tell all you know. Tell the whole truth, Dorcas," cried Polly Horton. "His honour loves his lady too well to make her suffer much, little as she requites his love." "Every body sees that," cried Sally, "too well indeed for his honour, I was going to say. Till now I thought she deserved my love. But to bribe a servant thus, who she supposed had orders to watch her steps for fear of another elopement, and to impute that precaution to me as a crime! Yet I must love her. Ladies, forgive my weakness. Curse upon my grimaces, if I have patience to repeat them. But thou shalt have it all. Thou canst not despise me more than I despise myself." "But suppose, sir," said Sally, "you have my lady and the wench face to face. You see she cares not to confess." "Oh, my carelessness!" cried Dorcas. "Don't let my poor lady suffer. Indeed, if you all knew what I know, you would say her ladyship has been cruelly treated." "See, see, see, see," repeatedly, every one at once. "Only sorry for the detection, as your honour said, not for the fault. Cursed creature and devilish creature," from every mouth. "Your lady won't, she dare not come out to save you," cried Sally, "though it is more his honour's mercy than your desert, if he does not cut your vile throat this instant." "Say," repeated Polly, "was it your lady that made the first advances, or was it you, you creature?" "If the lady had so much honour," bawled the mother, "excuse me so, excuse me, sir." Confound the old wretch, she had like to have said son. "If the lady has so much honour as we have supposed, she will appear to vindicate a poor servant misled as she has been by such large promises. But I hope, sir, you will do them both justice. I hope you will. Good lack, good lack," clapping her hands together, "to grant her every thing she could ask, to indulge her in her unworthy hatred to my poor innocent house, to let her go to Hampstead, though your honour told us you could get no condescension from her, no, not the least. O sir, I hope, if your lady will not come out, I hope you will find a way to hear this cause in her presence. I value not my doors on such an occasion as this. Justice I ever loved. I desire you will come to the bottom of it in clearance to me. I'll be sworn I had no privity in this black corruption." Just then we heard the lady's door unbar, unlock, unbolt. "Now, sir, now, Mr. Lovelace, now, sir," from every encouraging mouth. But, oh, Jack, 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 I can write no more. If you must have it all, you must. Now, Belford, see us all sitting in judgment, resolved to punish the fair bribress. I and the mother, the hitherto dreaded mother, the nieces, Sally, Polly, the traitress Dorcas, and Mabell, a guard, as it were, over Dorcas, that she might not run away and hide herself, all predetermined, and of necessity predetermined, from the journey I was going to take, and my precarious situation with her, and hear her unbolt, unlock, unbar the door, then, as it proved afterwards, put the key into the lock on the outside, lock the door, and put it in her pocket. Will, I knew, below, who would give me notice if, while we were all above, she should mistake her way, and go downstairs, instead of coming into the dining-room. The street door also doubly secured, and every shutter to the windows round the house fastened, that no noise or screaming should be heard. Such was the brutal preparation. And then hear her step towards us, and instantly see her enter among us, confiding in her own innocence, and with a majesty in her person and manner that is natural to her, but which then shone out in all its glory. Every tongue silent, every eye awed, every heart quaking, mine in a particular manner sunk, throbless, and twice below its usual region, to once at my throat. A shameful recreant, she silent too, looking round her, first on me, then on the mother, no longer fearing her, then on Sally, Polly, and the culprit Dorcas. Such the glorious power of innocence exerted at that awful moment. She would have spoken, but could not, looking down my guilt into confusion. A mouse might have been heard passing over the floor. Her own light feet and rustling silks could not have prevented it, for she seemed to tread air and to be all soul. She passed backwards and forwards, now towards me, now towards the door several times, before speech could get the better of indignation, and at last, after twice or thrice humming to recover her articulate voice, "O thou contemptible and abandoned Lovelace, thinkest thou that I see not through this poor villainous plot of thine, and of these thy wicked accomplices? Thou woman," looking at the mother, "once my terror, always my dislike, but now my detestation, shouldst once more, for thine perhaps was the preparation, have provided for me intoxicating potions to rob me of my senses. And then thus, wretch," turning to me, "mightest thou more securely have depended upon such a low contrivance as this. And ye, vile women, who perhaps have been the ruined body and soul of hundreds of innocents, you show me how in full assembly. Know that I am not married, ruined as I am by your help. I bless God I am not married to this miscreant. And I have friends that will demand my honour at your hands, and to whose authority I will apply, for none has this man over me. Look to it then, what farther insults you offer me, or incite him to offer me. I am a person, though thus vilely betrayed, of rank and fortune. I never will be his, and to your utter ruin will find friends to pursue you. And now I have this full proof of your detestable wickedness, and have heard your base incitements, will have no mercy upon you." They could not laugh at the poor figure I made. Lord, how every devil, conscience shaken, trembled! What a dejection must ever fall to the lot of guilt, were it given to innocence always thus to exert itself! And as for thee, thou vile Dorcas, thou double deceiver, whining out thy pretended love for me, begone, wretch! Nobody will hurt thee. Begone, I say. Thou hast too well acted thy part to be blamed by any here but myself. Thou art safe. Thy guilt is thy security in such a house as this. Thy shameful, thy poor part, thou hast as well acted as the low fast could give thee to act, as well as they, each of them, thy superiors, though not thy betters, thou seest, can act theirs. Steal away into darkness. No inquiry after this will be made, whose the first advances, thine or mine. And, as I hope to live, the wench, confoundedly frightened, slunk away. So did her sentinel, Mabel, though I, endeavouring to rally, cried out for Dorcas to stay. But I believe the devil could not have stopped her, when an angel bid her begone. Madam, said I, let me tell you, and was advancing towards her with a fierce aspect, most cursedly vexed, and ashamed too. But she turned to me. Stop where thou art, O vilest and most abandoned of men. Stop where thou art, nor with that determined face offer to touch me, if thou wouldst not that I should be a corpse at thy feet. To my astonishment, she held forth a penknife in her hand, the point to her own bosom, grasping resolutely the whole handle, so that there was no offering to take it from her. I offer not mischief to any body but myself. You, sir, and ye women, are safe from every violence of mine. The law shall be all my resource, the law. And she spoke the word with emphasis, the law, that to such people carries natural terror with it, and now struck a panic into them. No wonder, since those who will damn themselves to procure ease and plenty in this world will tremble at everything that seems to threaten their methods of obtaining that ease and plenty. The law only shall be my refuge. The infamous mother whispered me that it were better to make terms with this strange lady and let her go. Sally, notwithstanding all her impudent bravery at other times, said if Mr. Lovelace had told them what was not true of her being his wife, and Polly Horton, that she must needs say the lady, if she were not my wife, had been very much injured, that was all. That is not now a matter to be disputed, cried I. You and I know, madam. We do, said she, and I thank God I am not thine. Once more I thank God for it. I have no doubt of the farther baseness that thou hast intended me by this vile and low trick, but I have my senses, Lovelace, and from my heart I despise thee, thou very poor Lovelace. How canst thou stand in my presence, thou that— Madam, 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 these are insults not to be borne, and was approaching her. She withdrew to the door, and set her back against it, holding the pointed knife to her heaving bosom, while the women held me, beseeching me not to provoke the violent lady, for their house sake, and be cursed to them they besought me, and all three hung upon me, while the truly heroic lady braved me at that distance. Approach me, Lovelace, with resentment, if thou wilt. I dare die. It is in defence of my honour. God will be merciful to my poor soul. I expect no more mercy from thee. I have gained this distance, and 2 steps nearer me, and thou shalt see what I dare do. Leave me, women, to myself, and to my angel." They retired at a distance. "O my beloved creature, how you terrify me!" holding out my arms, and kneeling on one knee. "Not a step farther, except to receive my death at that injured hand, which is thus held up against a life far dearer to me than my own. I am a villain, the blackest of villains. Say you will sheath your knife in the injurer's, not the injured's heart, and then will I indeed approach you, but not else." The mother twanged a damned nose, and Sally and Polly pulled out their handkerchiefs and turned from us. They never in their lives, they told me afterwards, beheld such a scene. Innocence so triumphant, villainy so debased, they must mean. Unawares to myself, I had moved onward to my angel. "And dost thou still disclaiming, still advancing, dost thou still insidiously move towards me?" And her hand was extended. I dare not rashly neither. My heart from principle abhors the act which thou makest necessary. God, in thy mercy, lifting up her eyes and hands, God, in thy mercy. I threw myself to the farther end of the room, an ejaculation, a silent ejaculation, employing her thoughts that moment. Polly says the whites of her lovely eyes were only visible, and in the instant that she extended her hand, assuredly to strike the fatal blow, how the very recital terrifies me, she cast her eye towards me, and saw me at the utmost distance the room would allow, and heard my broken voice. My voice was utterly broken, nor knew I what I said, or whether to the purpose or not, and her charming cheeks, that were all in a glow before, turned pale, as if terrified at her own purpose, and lifting up her eyes, "Thank God," said the angel, "delivered for the present delivered from myself. Keep, sir, that distance," looking down towards me, who was prostrate on the floor, my heart pierced as with 100 daggers. That distance has saved a life, to what reserve the Almighty only knows. To be happy, madam, and to make happy, and oh let me hope for your favour for to-morrow. I will put off my journey till then, and may God— "Swear not, sir," with an awful and piercing aspect. "You have too often sworn. God's eye is upon us, his more immediate eye," and looked wildly. But the women looked up to the ceiling, as if afraid of God's eye, and trembled, and well they might, and I too, who so very lately had each of us the devil in our hearts. "If not to-morrow, madam, say but next Thursday, your uncle's birthday. Say but next Thursday." This I say, of this you may assure yourself, I never, never will be yours, and let me hope that I may be entitled to the performance of your promise, to be permitted to leave this innocent house, as one called it, but long have my ears been accustomed to such inversions of words, as soon as the day breaks. Did my perdition depend upon it, that you cannot, madam, but upon terms, and I hope you will not terrify me, still dreading the accursed knife. Nothing less than an attempt upon my honour shall make me desperate. I have no view but to defend my honour. With such a view only I entered into treaty with your infamous agent below. The resolution you have seen, I trust God will give me again upon the same occasion. But for a less I wish not for it. Only take notice, women, that I am no wife of this man. Basely as he has used me, I am not his wife. He has no authority over me. If he go away by and by, and you act by his authority to detain me, look to it." Then, taking one of the lights, she turned from us, and away she went unmolested. Not a soul was able to molest her. Mabel saw her tremblingly, and in a hurry take the key of her chamber door out of her pocket and unlock it, and as soon as she entered, heard her double lock, bar and bolt it. By her taking out her key when she came out of her chamber to us, she no doubt suspected my design, which was to have carried her in my arms thither, if she made such force necessary, after I had intimidated her, and to have been her companion for that night. She was to have had several bedchamber women to assist to undress her upon occasion. But from the moment she entered the dining-room with so much intrepidity, it was absolutely impossible to think of prosecuting my villainous designs against her. This, Belford, was the hand I made of a contrivance from which I expected so much, and now I am 10 times worse off than before. Thou never sawest people in thy life look so like fools upon one another as the mother, her partners, and I did for a few minutes, and at last the 2 devilish nymphs broke out into insulting ridicule upon me, while the old wretch was concerned for her house, the reputation of her house. I cursed them all together, and retiring to my chamber, locked myself in. And now it is time to set out. All I have gained, detection, disgrace, fresh guilt by repeated perjuries, and to be despised by her I dote upon, and what is still worse to a proud heart, by myself. Success in projects is everything. What an admirable contriver did I think myself till now, even for this scheme among the rest. But how pitifully foolish does it now appear to me! Scratch out, erase, never to be read, every part of my preceding letters, where I have boastingly mentioned it, and never presume to rally me upon the cursed subject, for I cannot bear it. But for the lady, by my soul, I love her, I admire her more than ever. I must have her, I will have her still, with honour or without, as I have often vowed. My cursed fright at her accidental bloody nose so lately put her upon improving upon me thus. Had she threatened me, I should have soon been master of one arm and in both. But for so sincere a virtue to threaten herself, and not to offer to intimidate any other, and with so much presence of mind as to distinguish in the very passionate intention the necessity of the act, defence of her honour, and so fairly to disavow lesser occasions, showed such a deliberation, such a choice, such a principle, and then keeping me so watchfully at a distance that I could not seize her hand so soon as she could have given the fatal blow. How impossible not to be subdued by so true and so discreet a magnanimity! But she is not gone. She shall not go. I will press her with letters for the Thursday. She shall yet be mine, legally mine, for as to cohabitation, there is no such thing to be thought of. The captain shall give her away as proxy for her uncle. My lord will die. My fortune will help my will, and set me above everything and everybody. But here is the curse. She despises me, Jack. What man, as I have heretofore said, can bear to be despised, especially by his wife? O Lord, what a hand, what a cursed hand have I made of this plot! And here ends the history of the lady and the penknife. The devil take the penknife! It goes against me to say, God bless the lady. Near 5. Sat morn. End of letter 36. Letter 37 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 37. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace, M. Hall, Sat. Night, June 24. My dearest life, if you do not impute to love, and to terror raised by love, the poor figure I made before you last night, you will not do me justice. I thought I would try to the very last moment if, by complying with you in everything, I could prevail upon you to promise to be mine on Thursday next, since you refused me an earlier day. Could I have been so happy, you had not been hindered going to Hampstead, or wherever else you pleased. But when I could not prevail upon you to give me this assurance, what room had I, my demerit so great, to suppose that your going thither would not be to lose you for ever? I will own to you, madam, that yesterday afternoon I picked up the paper dropped by Dorcas, who has confessed that she would have assisted you in getting away if she had had opportunity so to do, and undoubtedly dropped it by accident. And could I have prevailed upon you as to Thursday next, I would have made no use of it, secure as I should have been in your word given to be mine. But when I found you inflexible, I was resolved to try if, by resenting Dorcas's treachery, I could not make your pardon of me the condition of mine to her, and if not, to make a handle of it, to revoke my consent to your going away from Mrs. Sinclair's, since the consequence of that must have been so fatal to me. So far, indeed, was my proceeding low and artful, and when I was challenged with it, as such, in so high and noble a manner, I could not avoid taking shame to myself upon it. But you must permit me, madam, to hope that you will not punish me too heavily for so poor a contrivance, since no dishonour was meant you, and since in the moment of its execution you had as great an instance of my incapacity to defend a wrong, a low measure, and, at the same time, in your power over me as mortal man could give. In a word, since you must have seen that I was absolutely under the control both of conscience and of love, I will not offer to defend myself for wishing you to remain where you are, till either you give me your word to meet me at the altar on Thursday, or till I have the honour of attending you, preparative to the solemnity which will make that day the happiest of my life. I am but too sensible that this kind of treatment may appear to you with the face of an arbitrary and illegal imposition, but as the consequences, not only to ourselves, but to both our families, may be fatal, if you cannot be moved in my favour, let me beseech you to forgive this act of compulsion, on the score of the necessity you, your dear self, have laid me under to be guilty of it, and to permit the solemnity of next Thursday to include an act of oblivion for all past offences. The orders I have given to the people of the house are, that you shall be obeyed in every particular that is consistent with my expectations of finding you there on my return on Wednesday next; that Mrs. Sinclair and her nieces, having incurred your just displeasure, shall not, without your orders, come into your presence; that neither shall Dorcas, till she has fully cleared her conduct to your satisfaction, be permitted to attend you; but Mabell in her place, of whom you seemed some time ago to express some liking, will I have left behind me to attend your commands. If he be either negligent or impertinent, your dismission shall be a dismission of him from my service for ever. But as to letters which may be sent to you, or any which you may have to send, I must humbly entreat that none such pass from or to you for the few days that I shall be absent. But I do assure you, madam, that the seals of both sorts shall be sacred, and the letters, if such be sent, shall be given into your own hands the moment the ceremony is performed, or before it, if you require it. Meantime, I will inquire and send you word how Miss Howe does, and to what, if I can be informed, her long silence is owing. Dr. Perkins I found here, attending my Lord, when I arrived with Dr. S. He acquaints me that your father, mother, uncles, and the still less worthy persons of your family are well, and intend to be all at your uncle Harlowe's next week, I presume with intent to keep his anniversary. This can make no alteration, but a happy one, as to persons on Thursday, because Mr. Tomlinson assured me that if anything fell out to hinder your uncle's coming up in person, which, however, he did not then expect, he would be satisfied if his friend the captain were proxy for him. I shall send a man and horse to-morrow to the captain, to be at greater certainty. I send this by a special messenger, who will wait your pleasure in relation to the impatiently wished-for Thursday, which I humbly hope will be signified by a line. My Lord, though hardly sensible, and unmindful of everything but of your felicity, desires his most affectionate compliments to you. He has in readiness to present to you a very valuable set of jewels, which he hopes will be acceptable, whether he lives to see you adorn them or not. Lady Sarah and Lady Betty have also their tokens of respect ready to court your acceptance. But may Heaven incline you to give the opportunity of receiving their personal compliments and those of my cousins Montague before the next week be out. His lordship is exceeding ill. Dr. S. has no hopes of him. The only consolation I can have for the death of a relation who loves me so well, if he do die, must arise from the additional power it will put into my hands of showing how much I am, my dearest life, your ever affectionate, faithful Lovelace. End of letter 37. Letter 38. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace. M. Hall, Sunday night, June 25th. My dearest love, I cannot find words to express how much I am mortified at the return of my messenger without a line from you. Thursday is so near that I will send messenger after messenger every 4 hours till I have a favourable answer, the one to meet the other till its eve arrives, to know if I may venture to appear in your presence with the hope of having my wishes answered on that day. Your love, madam, I neither expect nor ask for, nor will, till my future behaviour gives you cause to think I deserve it. All I at present presume to wish is, to have it in my power to do you all the justice I can now do you, and to your generosity will I leave it, to reward me as I shall merit, with your affection. At present, revolving my poor behaviour of Friday night before you, I think I should sooner choose to go to my last audit, unprepared for it as I am, than to appear in your presence, unless you give me some hope that I shall be received as your elected husband rather than, however deserved, as a detested criminal. Let me therefore propose an expedient in order to spare my own confusion, and to spare you the necessity for that soul-harrowing recrimination which I cannot stand, and which must be disagreeable to yourself. To name the church, and I will have everything in readiness, so that our next interview will be, in a manner, at the very altar, and then you will have the kind husband to forgive for the faults of the ungrateful lover. If your resentment be still too high to write more, let it only be in your own dear hand these words, St. Martin's Church, Thursday, or these, St. Giles's Church, Thursday. Nor will I insist upon any inscription or subscription, or so much as the initials of your name. This shall be all the favour I will expect, till the dear hand itself is given to mine, in presence of that being whom I invoke as a witness of the inviolable faith and honour of your adoring Lovelace. End of letter 38. Letter 39 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 39. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace. M. Hall, Monday, June 26. Once more, my dearest love, do I conjure you to send me the 4 requested words. There is no time to be lost, and I would not have next Thursday go over without being entitled to call you mine for the world, and that as well for your sake as for my own. Hitherto all that has passed is between you and me only, but after Thursday, if my wishes are unanswered, the whole will be before the world. My lord is extremely ill, and endures not to have me out of his sight for 1/2 hour. But this shall not have the least weight with me, if you be pleased to hold out the olive branch to me in the 4 requested words. I have the following intelligence from Captain Tomlinson. All your family are at your uncle Harlowe's. Your uncle finds he cannot go up, and names Captain Tomlinson for his proxy. He proposes to keep all your family with him till the captain assures him that the ceremony is over. Already he has begun with hope of success to try to reconcile your mother to you. My Lord M. but just now has told me how happy he should think himself to have an opportunity before he dies to salute you as his niece. I have put him in hopes that he shall see you, and have told him that I will go to town on Wednesday in order to prevail upon you to accompany me down on Thursday or Friday. I have ordered a set to be in readiness to carry me up, and were not my lord so very ill, my cousin Montague tells me that she would offer her attendance on you. If you please, therefore, we can set out for this place the moment the solemnity is performed. Do not, dearest creature, dissipate all those promising appearances, and by refusing to save your own and your family's reputation in the eye of the world, use yourself worse than the ungratefullest wretch on earth has used you. For if we were married, all the disgrace you imagine you have suffered while a single lady will be my own, and only known to ourselves. Once more, then, consider well the situation we are both in, and remember, my dearest life, that Thursday will be soon here, and that you have no time to lose. In a letter sent by the messenger whom I dispatch with this, I have desired that my friend Mr. Belford, who is your very great admirer, and who knows all the secrets of my heart, will wait upon you, to know what I am to depend upon as to the chosen day. Surely, my dear, you never could at any time suffer half so much from cruel suspense as I do. If I have not an answer to this, either from your own goodness or through Mr. Belford's intercession, it will be too late for me to set out, and Captain Tomlinson will be disappointed, who goes to town on purpose to attend your pleasure. One motive for the gentle resistance I have presumed to lay you under is, to prevent the mischiefs that might ensue, as probably to the more innocent as to the less, were you to write to anybody, while your passions were so much raised and inflamed against me. Having apprized you of my direction to the women in town on this head, I wonder you should have endeavoured to send a letter to Miss Howe, although in a cover directed to that young lady's servant, as you must think it would be likely to fall into my hands. The lady had made an attempt to send away a letter. The just sense of what I have deserved the contents should be, leaves me no room to doubt what they are. Nevertheless, I return it you enclosed, with the seal, as you will see, unbroken. Relieve, I beseech you, dearest madam, by the 4 requested words, or by Mr. Belford, the anxiety of your ever affectionate and obliged Lovelace. Remember, there cannot be time for further writing, and for coming up by Thursday, your uncle's birthday. End of Letter 39. Letter 40 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 40. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire, Monday, June 26. Thou wilt see the situation I am in with Miss Harlowe by the enclosed copies of 3 letters, to 2 of which I am so much scorned as not to have 1 word given me in answer, and of the 3rd, now sent by the messenger who brings thee this, I am afraid as little notice will be taken, and if so, her day of grace is absolutely over. One would imagine, so long used to constraint too as she has been, that she might have been satisfied with the triumph she had over us all on Friday night, a triumph that to this hour has sunk my pride and my vanity so much that I almost hate the words plot, contrivance, scheme, and shall mistrust myself in future for every one that rises to my inventive head. But seest thou not that I am under a necessity to continue her at Sinclair's, and to prohibit all her correspondences, now, Belford, as I really, in my present mood, think of nothing less than marrying her, if she let not Thursday slip? I would have thee attend her, in pursuance of the intimation I have given her in my letter of this date, and vow for me, swear for me, bind thy soul to her for my honour, and use what arguments thy friendly heart can suggest, in order to procure me an answer from her, which, as thou wilt see, she may give in 4 words only. And then I purpose to leave Lord M. dangerously ill as he is, and meet her at her appointed church, in order to solemnize. If she will but sign Clarissa Harlowe to thy writing the 4 words, that shall do, for I would not come up to be made a fool of in the face of all my family and friends. If she should let the day go off, I shall be desperate. I am entangled in my own devices, and cannot bear that she should detect me. O that I had been honest! What a devil are all my plots come to! What do they end in but one grand plot upon myself, and a title to eternal infamy and disgrace? But depending on thy friendly offices, I will say no more of this. Let her send me but 1 line, to treat me as unworthy of her notice, yet be altogether in my power. I cannot, I will not bear that. My lord, as I said, is extremely ill. The doctors give him over. He gives himself over. Those who would not have him die are afraid he will die. But as to myself, I am doubtful. For these long and violent struggles between the constitution and the disease, though the latter has 3 physicians and an apothecary to help it forward, and all 3, as to their prescriptions, of different opinions too, indicate a plaguy habit, and savour more of recovery than death; and the more so, as he has no sharp or acute mental organs to whet out his bodily ones, and to raise his fever above the sympathetic helpful one. Thou wilt see in the enclosed what pains I am at to dispatch messengers, who are constantly on the road to meet each other, and one of them to link in the chain with the 4th, whose station is in London, and 5 miles onwards, or till met. But in truth I have some other matters for them to perform at the same time with my lord's banker and his lawyer, which will enable me, if his lordship is so good as to die this bout, to be an overmatch for some of my other relations. I don't mean Charlotte and Patty, for they are noble girls, but others who have been scratching and clawing underground like so many moles in my absence, and whose workings I have discovered since I have been down, by the little heaps of dirt they have thrown up. A speedy account of thy commission, dear Jack. The letter travels all night. End of Letter 40.
Letter 41 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 41. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, London, June 27th, Tuesday. You must excuse me, Lovelace, from engaging in the office you would have me undertake, till I can be better assured you really intend honourably at last by this much injured lady. I believe you know your friend Belford too well to think he would be easy with you, or with any man alive, who should seek to make him promise for him what he never intended to perform. And let me tell thee, that I have not much confidence in the honour of a man, who by imitation of Hans, I will only call it, has shown so little regard to the honour of his own relations. Only that thou hast such Jesuitical qualifyings, or I should think thee at last touched with remorse, and brought within view of being ashamed of thy cursed inventions, by the ill success of thy last, which I heartily congratulate thee upon. O the divine lady! But I will not aggravate. Nevertheless, when thou writest that in thy present mood thou think'st of marrying, and yet canst so easily change thy mood, when I know thy heart is against the state, that the 4 words thou courtest from the lady are as much to thy purpose as if she wrote 50, since it will show she can forgive the highest injury that can be offered to a woman, and when I recollect how easily thou canst find excuses to postpone, thou must be more explicit a good deal as to thy real intentions and future honour than thou art. For I cannot trust to temporary remorse, which brought on by disappointment too, and not by principle, and the like of which thou hast so often got over. If thou canst convince me time enough for the day that thou mean'st to do honourably by her, in her own sense of the word, or, if not time enough, wilt fix some other day, which thou oughtest to leave to her option, and not bind her down for the Thursday, and the rather as thy pretence for doing so is founded on an absolute fiction, I will then most cheerfully undertake thy cause by person, if she will admit me to her presence, if she will not, by pen. But in this case thou must allow me to be guarantee for thy family, and if so much as I value thee, and respect thy skill in all the qualifications of a gentleman, thou mayst depend upon it that I will act up to the character of a guarantee, with more honour than the princes of our day usually do, to their shame be it spoken. Meantime, let me tell thee that my heart bleeds for the wrong this angelic lady has received, and if thou dost not marry her if she will have thee, and, when married, make her the best and tenderest of husbands, I would rather be a dog, a monkey, a bear, a viper, or a toad, than thee. Command me with honour, and thou shalt find none readier to oblige thee than thy sincere friend John Belford. End of letter 41.
Letter 42 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 42. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. M. Hall, June 27, Tuesday night, near 12. Yours reached me this moment by an extraordinary push in the messengers. What a man of honour thou of a sudden, and so in the imaginary shape of a guarantee thou threatenest me. Had I not been in earnest as to the lady, I should not have offered to employ thee in the affair, but let me say, that hadst thou undertaken the task, and I hadst afterwards thought fit to change my mind, I should have contented myself to tell thee that that was my mind when thou engagest for me, and to have given thee the reasons for the change, and then left thee to thy own discretion. For never knew I what fear of man was, nor fear of woman neither, till I became acquainted with Miss Clarissa Harlowe, nay, what is most surprising, till I came to have her in my power. And so thou wilt not wait upon the charmer of my heart, but upon terms and conditions. Let it alone, and be cursed, I care not. But so much credit did I give to the value thou expressedst for her, that I thought the office would have been acceptable to thee, as serviceable to me. For what was it, but to endeavour to persuade her to consent to the reparation of her own honour? For what have I done but disgraced myself, and been a thief to my own joys? And if there be a union of hearts, and an intention to solemnize, what is there wanting but the foolish ceremony, and that I still offer? But if she will keep back her hand, if she will make me hold out mine in vain, how can I help it? I write her one more letter, and if, after she has received that, she keeps sullen silence, she must thank herself for what is to follow. But after all, my heart is not wholly hers. I love her beyond expression, and cannot help it. I hope, therefore, she will receive this last tender as I wish. I hope she intends not, like a true woman, to plague and vex and tease me, now she has found her power. If she will take me to mercy, now these remorses are upon me. Though I scorn to condition with thee for my sincerity, all her trials, as I have heretofore declared, shall be over, and she shall be as happy as I can make her. For ruminating upon all that has passed between us, from the first hour of our acquaintance till the present, I must pronounce that she is virtue itself, and once more I say, has no equal. As to what you hint, of leaving to her choice another day, do you consider that it will be impossible that my contrivances and stratagems should be much longer concealed? This makes me press that day, though so near, and the more, as I have made so much ado about her uncle's anniversary. If she send me the 4 words, I will spare no fatigue to be in time, if not for the canonical hour at church, for some other hour of the day, in her own apartment, or any other, for money will do every thing, and that I have never spared in this affair. to show thee that I am not at enmity with thee, I enclose the copies of 2 letters, one to her, it is the 4th, and must be the last on the subject, the other to Captain Tomlinson, calculated, as thou wilt see, for him to show her. And now, Jack, interfere in this case or not, thou knowest the mind of R. Lovelace. End of letter 42. Letter 43 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 43. Mr. Lovelace to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Superscribed to Mrs. Lovelace. M. Hall, Wed. Morning, 1 o'clock, June 28. Not one line, my dearest life, not one word, in answer to 3 letters I have written. The time is now so short that this must be the last letter that can reach you on this side the important hour that might make us legally one. My friend Mr. Belford is apprehensive that he cannot wait upon you in time, by reason of some urgent affairs of his own. I the less regret the disappointment, because I have procured a more acceptable person, as I hope, to attend you, Captain Tomlinson, I mean, to whom I had applied for this purpose before I had Mr. Belford's answer. I was the more solicitous to obtain his favour from him, because of the office he is to take upon him, as I humbly presume to hope, to-morrow. That office obliged him to be in town as this day, and I acquainted him with my unhappy situation with you, and desired that he would show me on this occasion that I had as much of his favour and friendship as your uncle had, since the whole treaty must be broken off if he could not prevail upon you in my behalf. He will dispatch the messenger directly, whom I propose to meet in person at Slough, either to proceed onward to London with a joyful heart, or to return back to M. Hall with a broken one. I ought not, but cannot help it, to anticipate the pleasure Mr. Tomlinson proposes to himself in acquainting you with the likelihood there is of your mother's seconding your uncle's views, for it seems he has privately communicated to her his laudable intentions, and her resolution depends, as well as his, upon what to-morrow will produce. Disappoint not then, I beseech you, for 100 persons' sakes, as well as for mine, that uncle and that mother whose displeasure I have heard you so often deplore. You may think it impossible for me to reach London by the canonical hour. If it should, the ceremony may be performed in your own apartments at any time in the day or at night, so that Captain Tomlinson may have it to aver to your uncle that it was performed on his anniversary. Tell but the captain that you forbid me not to attend you, and that shall be sufficient for bringing to you, on the wings of love, your ever grateful and affectionate Lovelace. End of letter 43. Letter 44 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 44. To Mr. Patrick M'Donald, at his lodgings at Mr. Brown's peruke-maker, in St. Martin's Lane, Westminster, M. Hall, Wednesday morning, 2 o'clock. Dear M'Donald, the bearer of this has a letter to carry to the lady. See the preceding letter. I have been at the trouble of writing a copy of it, which I enclose, that you may not mistake your cue. You will judge of my reasons for antedating the enclosed sealed one. See the next letter, directed to you by the name of Tomlinson, which you are to show to the lady as in confidence. You will open it, of course. I doubt not your dexterity and management, dear M'Donald, nor your zeal, especially as the hope of cohabitation must now be given up. Impossible to be carried is that scheme. I might break her heart, but not incline her will. Am in earnest, therefore, to marry her, if she let not the day slip. Improve upon the hint of her mother, that may touch her. But John Harlowe, remember, has privately engaged that lady, privately, I say, else, not to mention the reason for her uncle Harlowe's former expedient, you know she might find means to get a letter away to the one or to the other to know the truth, or to Miss Howe to engage her to inquire into it, and if she should, the word privately will account for the uncle's and mother's denying it. However, fail not, as from me, to charge our mother and her nymphs to redouble their vigilance both as to her person and letters. All's upon a crisis now, but she must not be treated ill neither. Thursday over, I shall know what to resolve upon. If necessary, you must assume authority. The devil's in it, if such a girl as this shall awe a man of your years and experience. You are not in love with her as I am. Fly out if she doubt your honour. Spirits naturally soft may be beat out of their play and borne down, though ever so much raised, by higher anger. All women are cowards at bottom, only violent where they may. I have often stormed a girl out of her mistrust, and made her yield, before she knew where she was, to the point indignantly mistrusted, and that to make up with me, though I was the aggressor. If this matter succeed as I'd have it, or if not, and do not fail by your fault, I will take you off the necessity of pursuing your cursed smuggling, which otherwise may one day end fatally for you. We are none of us perfect, M'Donald. This sweet lady makes me serious sometimes in spite of my heart. But as private vices are less blamable than public, and, as I think, smuggling, as it is called, a national evil, I have no doubt to pronounce you a much worse man than myself, and as such shall take pleasure in reforming you. I send you enclosed 10 guineas as a small earnest of further favours. Hitherto you have been a very clever fellow. As to clothes for Thursday, Monmouth Street will afford a ready supply. Clothes quite new would make your condition suspected, but you may defer that care till you see if she can be prevailed upon. Your riding dress will do for the first visit, nor let your boots be over clean. I have always told you the consequence of attending to the minutiae where art, or imposture, as the ill-mannered would call it, is designed. Your linen, rumpled and soily, when you wait upon her, easy terms these, just come to town, remember, as formerly, to loll, to throw out your legs, to stroke and grasp down your ruffles, as if of significance enough to be careless. What though the presence of a fine lady would require a different behaviour? Are you not of years to dispense with politeness? You can have no design upon her, you know. You are a father yourself of daughters as old as she. Evermore is parade and obsequiousness suspectable. It must show either a foolish head or a knavish heart. Assume airs of consequence, therefore, and you will be treated as a man of consequence. I have often more than half ruined myself by my complaisance, and being afraid of control, have brought control upon myself. I think I have no more to say at present. I intend to be at Slough, or on the way to it, as by mine to the lady. Adieu, honest M'Donald. R.L. End of Letter 44. Letter 45 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 45. To Captain Tomlinson, enclosed in the preceding, to be shown to the lady as in confidence. M. Hall, Tuesday morn, June 27. Dear Captain Tomlinson, an unhappy misunderstanding has arisen between the dearest lady in the world and me, the particulars of which she perhaps may give you, but I will not, because I might be thought partial to myself, and she refusing to answer my most pressing and respectful letters, I am at a most perplexing uncertainty whether she will meet us or not next Thursday to solemnize. My lord is so extremely ill, that if I thought she would not oblige me, I would defer going up to town for 2 or 3 days. He cares not to have me out of his sight, yet is impatient to salute my beloved as his niece, before he dies. This I have promised to give him an opportunity to do, intending, if the dear creature will make me happy, to set out with her for this place directly from church. With regret I speak it of the charmer of my soul, that irreconcilableness is her family fault, the less excusable indeed for her, as she herself suffers by it in so high a degree from her own relations. Now, sir, as you intended to be in town some time before Thursday, if it be not too great an inconvenience to you, I could be glad you would go up as soon as possible for my sake, and this I the more boldly request, as I presume that a man who has so many great affairs of his own in hand as you have, would be glad to be at a certainty as to the day. You, sir, can so pathetically and justly set before her the unhappy consequences that will follow if the day be postponed, as well with regard to her uncle's disappointment, as to the part you have assured me her mother is willing to take in the wished-for reconciliation, that I have great hopes she will suffer herself to be prevailed upon, and a man and horse shall be in waiting to take your dispatches and bring them to me. But if you cannot prevail in my favour, you will be pleased to satisfy your friend, Mr. John Harlowe, that it is not my fault, that he is not obliged. I am, dear sir, your extremely obliged and faithful servant, R. Lovelace. End of Letter 45.
Letter 46 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 46. To Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Wednesday, June 28, near 12 o'clock. Honoured Sir, I received yours, as your servant desired me to acquaint you, by 10 this morning. Horse and man were in foam. I instantly equipped myself, as if come off from a journey, and posted away to the lady, intending to plead great affairs, that I came not before, in order to favour your antedate, and likewise to be in a hurry, to have a pretence to hurry her ladyship, and to take no denial for her giving a satisfactory return to your messenger. But upon my entering Mrs. Sinclair's house, I found all in the greatest consternation. You must not, sir, be surprised. It is a trouble to me to be the relater of the bad news, but so it is. The lady is gone off. She was missed but half an hour before I came. Her waiting maid is run away, or hitherto is not to be found, so that they conclude it was by her connivance. They had sent, before I came, to my honoured masters, Mr. Belton, Mr. Mowbray, and Mr. Belford. Mr. Tourville is out of town. High words are passing between Madam Sinclair and Madam Horton, and Madam Martin, as also with Dorcas, and your servant William threatens to hang or drown himself. They have sent to know if they can hear of Mabel, the waiting maid, at her mother's, who it seems lives in Chick Lane, West Smithfield, to an uncle of hers also, who keeps an alehouse at Cow Cross, had by with whom she lived last. Your messenger, having just changed his horse, is come back, so I will not detain him longer than to add that I am with great concern for this misfortune, and thanks for your seasonable favour and kind intentions towards me. I am sure this was not my fault. Honoured sir, your most obliged humble servant, Patrick MacDonald. Letter 47 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joseph Tabler. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Mr. Mowbray to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Wednesday, 12 o'clock. Dear Lovelace, I have plaguy news to acquaint thee with. Miss Harlowe has gone off. Quite gone, by soul. I have no time for particulars, your servant being gone off. But if I had, we are not yet come to the bottom of the matter. The ladies here are all blubbering like devils, accusing one another most confoundedly, whilst Belton and I damn them altogether in thy name. If thou shouldst hear that thy fellow Will is taken dead out of some horse-pond, and Dorcas cut down from her bed's teaster from dangling in her own garters, be not surprised. Here's the devil to pay, nobody serene but Jack Belford, who is taking minutes of examinations, accusations, and confessions with the significant air of a Middlesex justice, and intends to write at large all particulars, I suppose. I heartily condole with thee. So does Belton, but it may turn out for the best, for she is gone away with thy marks, I understand. A foolish little devil. Where will she mend herself? For nobody will look upon her, and they tell me that thou wouldst certainly have married her had she stayed. But I know thee better. Dear Bobby Adieu, if Lord M. will die now, to comfort thee for this loss, what a seasonable exit would he make? Let's have a letter from thee. Prithee do, thou canst write devil-like to Belford, who shews us nothing at all. Thine heartily, Robert Mowbray.
Letter 48 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 48. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esquire. Thursday, June 29th. Thou hast heard from MacDonald and Mowbray the news. Bad or good, I know not which thou deem it. I only wish I could have given thee joy upon the same account before the unhappy lady was seduced from Hampstead. For then, of what an ungrateful villainy hadst thou been spared the perpetration, which now thou hast to answer for. I came to town purely to serve thee with her, expecting that thy next would satisfy me, that I might endeavour it without dishonour. And at first, when I found her gone, I half pitied thee. For now wilt thou be inevitably blown up, and in what an execrable light wilt thou appear to the world! Poor Lovelace, caught in thy own snares, thy punishment is but beginning. But to my narrative, for I suppose thou expectst all particulars from me, since Mowbray has informed thee that I have been collecting them. The noble exertion of spirit she has made on Friday night had, it seems, greatly disordered her, insomuch that she was not visible till Saturday evening, when Mabell saw her, and she seemed to be very ill. But on Sunday morning, having dressed herself as if designing to go to church, she ordered Mabell to get her a coach to the door. The wench told her she was to obey her in everything but the calling of a coach or chair, or in relation to letters. She sent to Will, and gave him the same command. He pleaded his master's orders to the contrary, and desired to be excused. Upon this, down she went herself, and would have gone out without observation, but finding the street door double locked, and the key not in the lock, she stepped into the street parlour, and would have thrown up the sash to call out to the people passing by, as they doubted not, but that, since her last attempt of the same nature, had been fastened down. Hereupon she resolutely stepped into Mrs. Sinclair's parlour in the back house, where were the old devil and her two partners, and demanded the key of the street door, or to have it opened for her. They were all surprised, but desired to be excused, and pleaded your orders. She asserted that you had no authority over her, and never should have any, that their present refusal was their own act and deed. She saw the intent of their back house, and the reason of putting her there. She pleaded her condition and fortune, and said they had no way to avoid utter ruin, but by opening their doors to her, or by murdering her and burying her in the garden or cellar, too deep for detection, that already what had been done to her was punishable by death, and bid them at their peril detain her. What a noble, what a right spirit has this charming creature, in cases that will justify an exertion of spirit. They answered that Mr. Lovelace could prove his marriage, and would indemnify them, and they all would have vindicated their behaviour on Friday night, and the reputation of their house. But refusing to hear them on that topic, she flung from them threatening. She then went up half a dozen stairs in her way to her own apartment, but, as if she had bethought herself, down she stepped again, and proceeded towards the street parlour, saying as she passed by the infamous Dorcas, I'll make myself protectors, though the windows suffer. But that wench, of her own head, on the lady's going out of that parlour to Mrs. Sinclair's, had locked the door, and taken out the key, so that finding herself disappointed, she burst into tears and went sobbing and menacing upstairs again. She made no other attempt till the effectual one. Your letters and messages, they suppose, coming so fast upon one another, though she would not answer one of them, gave her some amusement, and an assurance to them that she would at last forgive you, and that then all would end as you wished. The women, in pursuance of your orders, offered not to obtrude themselves upon her, and Dorcas also kept out of her sight all the rest of Sunday, and also on Monday and Tuesday. But by the lady's condescension, even to familiarity, to Mabel, they imagined that she must be working in her mind all that time to get away. They therefore redoubled their cautions to the wench, who told them so faithfully all that passed between her lady and her, that they had no doubt of her fidelity to her wicked trust. 'Tis probable she might have been contriving something all this time, but saw no room for perfecting any scheme. The contrivance by which she effected her escape seems to me not to have been fallen upon till the very day, since it depended partly upon the weather, as it proved. But it is evident she hoped something from Mabel's simplicity or gratitude or compassion by cultivating all the time her civility to her. Polly waited on her early on Wednesday morning, and met with a better reception than she had reason to expect. She complained, however, with warmth of her confinement. Polly said there would be an happy end to it, if it were a confinement, next day, she presumed. She absolutely declared to the contrary, in the way Polly meant it, and said that Mr. Lovelace on his return, which looked as if she intended to wait for it, should have reason to repent the orders he had given, as they all should, their observance of them. Let him send 20 letters, she would not answer one, be the consequence what it would, not give him hope of the least favour while she was in that house. She had given Mrs. Sinclair and themselves fair warning. She said no orders of another ought to make them detain a free person, but having made an open attempt to go, and been detained by them, she was the calmer, she told Polly. Let them look to the consequence. But yet she spoke this with temper, and Polly gave it as her opinion, with apprehension for their own safety, that having so good a handle to punish them all, she would not go away if she might. And what, inferred Polly, is the indemnity of a man who has committed the vilest of rapes on a person of condition, and must himself, if prosecuted for it, either fly or be hanged? Sinclair, so I will still call her, upon this representation of Polly, foresaw, she said, the ruin of her poor house in the issue of this strange business, and the infamous Sally and Dorcas bore their parts in the apprehension, and this put them upon thinking it advisable for the future that the street door should generally in the daytime be only left upon a bolt latch, as they called it, which anybody might open on them inside, and that the key should be kept in the door, that their numerous comers and goers, as they called their guests, should be able to give evidence that she might have gone out if she would, not forgetting, however, to renew their orders to Will, to Dorcas, to Mabel, and the rest, to redouble their vigilance on this occasion, to prevent her escape, none of them doubting at the same time that her love of a man so considerable in their eyes, and the prospect of what was to happen, as she had reason to believe, on Thursday, her uncle's birthday, would, though perhaps not till the last hour, for her pride's sake, was their word, engage her to change her temper. They believed that she discovered the key to be left in the door, for she was down more than once to walk in the little garden, and seemed to cast her eye each time to the street door. About 8 yesterday morning, an hour after Polly had left her, she told Mabel she was sure she would not live long, and having a good many suits of apparel, which after her death would be of no use to anybody she valued, she would give her a brown lustring gown, which, with some alterations to make it more suitable to her degree, would a great while serve her for a Sunday wear. For that she, Mabel, was the only person in that house of whom she could think without terror or antipathy. Mabel, expressing her gratitude upon the occasion, the lady said, she had nothing to employ herself about, and if she could get a workwoman directly, she would look over her things then, and give her what she intended for her. Her mistress's mantua-maker, the maid replied, lived but a little way off, and she doubted not that she could procure her, or one of the journeywomen, to alter the gown out of hand. I will give you also, said she, a quilted coat, which will require but little alteration, if any, for you are much about my stature. But the gown I will give directions about, because the sleeves and the rovings and facings must be altered for your wear, being, I believe, above your station. And try, said she, if you can get the workwoman, and we'll advise about it. If she cannot come now, let her come in the afternoon, but I had rather now, because it will amuse me to give you a lift. Then, stepping to the window, it rains, said she, and so it had done all morning. Slip on the hood and short cloak I have seen you wear, and come to me when you are ready to go out, because you shall bring me something that I want. Mabel equipped herself accordingly, and received her commands to buy her some trifles, and then left her, but, in her way out, stepped into the back parlour, where Dorcas was with Mrs. Sinclair, telling her where she was going, and on what account, bidding Dorcas look out till she came back. So faithful as the wench to the trust reposed in her, and so little had the lady's generosity wrought upon her. Mrs. Sinclair commended her, Dorcas envied her, and took her cue, and Mabel soon returned with the mantua-maker's journeywoman. She resolved, she said, but she would not come without her, and then Dorcas went off guard. The lady looked out the gown and petticoat, and before the workwoman caused Mabel to try it on, and, that it might fit the better, made the willing wench pull off her upper petticoat, and put on that she gave her. Then she bid them go into Mr. Lovelace's apartment, and contrive about it before the pier-glass there, and stay till she came to them, to give them her opinion. Mabel would have taken her own clothes and hood and short cloak with her, but her lady said, no matter, you may put them on again here, when we have considered about the alterations. There's no occasion to litter the other room. They went, and instantly, as it was supposed, she slipped on Mabel's gown and petticoat over her own, which was white damask, and put on the wench's hood, short cloak, and ordinary apron, and down she went. Hearing somebody tripping along the passage, both Will and Dorcas whipped to the inner hall, and saw her, but, taking her from Mabel, "Are you going far, Mabel?" cried Will. Without turning her face or answering, she held out her hand pointing to the stairs, which they construed as a caution for them to look out in her absence, and supposing she would not be gone long, as she had not in form repeated her caution to them, up went Will, tarrying at the stairs head in expectation of the supposed Mabel's return. Mabel and the workwoman waited a good while, amusing themselves not disagreeably, the one with contriving in the way of her business, the other delighting herself with her fine gown and coat. But at last, wondering the lady did not come in to them, Mabel tiptoed it to her door, and tapping, and not being answered, stepped into the chamber. Will, at that instant, from his station at the stairs head, seeing Mabel in her lady's clothes, for he had been told of the present, gifts to servants fly from servant to servant in a minute, was very much surprised, having, as he thought, just seen her go out in her own, and stepping up, met her at the door. "How the devil can this be?" said he. "Just now you went out in your own dress. How came you here in this? And how could you pass me unseen?" But, nevertheless, kissing her, said he would now brag he had kissed his lady, or one in her clothes. "I am glad, Mr. William," cried Mabel, "to see you here so diligently. But know you where my lady is?" "In my master's apartment," answered Will. "Is she not? Was she not talking with you this moment?" "No, that's Mrs. Dormes's journeywoman." They both stood aghast as they said. Will, again recollecting he had seen Mabel, as he thought, go out in her own clothes, and while they were debating and wondering, up comes Dorcas with your fourth letter, just then brought for the lady, and seeing Mabel dressed out, whom she had likewise beheld a little before, as she supposed, in her common clothes, she joined in the wonder, till Mabel, re-entering the lady's apartment, missed her own clothes, and then, suspecting what had happened, and letting the others into the ground of the suspicion, they all agreed that she had certainly escaped, and then followed such an uproar of mutual accusation, and you should have done this, and you should have done that, as alarmed the whole house, every apartment in both houses giving up its devil, to the number of 14 or 15, including the mother and her partners. Will then told them his story, and then ran out, as on the like occasion formerly, to make inquiry whether the lady was seen by any of the coachmen, chairmen, or porters plying in that neighbourhood, while Dorcas cleared herself immediately, and that at the poor Mabel's expense, who made a figure as guilty as awkward, having on the suspected price of her treachery, which Dorcas, out of envy, was ready to tear from her back. Hereupon all the pack opened at the poor wench, while the mother foamed at the mouth, bellowed out her orders for seizing the suspected offender, who could neither be heard in her own defence, nor, had she been heard, would have been believed. "That such a perfidious wretch should ever disgrace her house," was her mother's cry. "Good people might be corrupted, but it was a fine thing if such a house as hers could not be faithfully served by cursed creatures who were hired knowing the business they were to be employed in, and who had no pretence to principle. Damn her!" the wretch proceeded. "She had no patience with her. Call the cook, and call the scullion." They were at hand. "See, that guilty piebald devil," was her word, her lady's gown upon her back, but I'll punish her for warning to all betrayers of their trust. Put on the great gridiron this moment, an oath or a curse at every word. Make up a roaring fire, the cleaver bring me this instant. I'll cut her into quarters with my own hands, and carbonade and broil the traitress for a feast to all the dogs and cats in the neighbourhood, and eat the first slice of the toad myself, without salt or pepper. The poor Mabel, frighted out of her wits, expected every moment to be torn in pieces, having half a score open-clawed paws upon her all at once. She promised to confess all, but that all, when she had obtained hearing, was nothing, for nothing had she to confess. Sally hereupon, with a curse of mercy, ordered her to retire, undertaking that she and Polly would examine her themselves, that they might be able to write all particulars to his honour, and then, if she could not clear herself, or, if guilty, give some account of the lady who had been so wicked as to give them all this trouble, so as they might get her again, then the cleaver and the gridiron might go to work with all their heart. The wench, glad of this reprieve, went upstairs, and while Sally was laying out the law, and prating away in her usual dictatorial manner, whipped on another gown, and sliding down the stairs, escaped to her relations. And this flight, which was certainly more owing to terror than to guilt, was, in the true Old Bailey construction, made a confirmation of the latter. These are the particulars of Miss Harlowe's flight. Thou'lt hardly think me too minute. How I long to triumph over thy impatience and fury on the occasion! Let me beseech thee, my dear Lovelace, in thy next letter, to rave most gloriously. I shall be grievously disappointed if thou dost not. Where, Lovelace, can the poor lady be gone? And who can describe the distress she must be in? By thy former letters it may be supposed that she can have very little money, nor, by the suddenness of her flight, more clothes than those she has on. And thou knowest who once said, see Volume 4, Letter 21, her parents will not receive her, her uncles will not entertain her, her Norton is in their direction and cannot, Miss Howe dare not, she has not one friend or intimate in town, entirely a stranger to it, and let me add, has been despoiled of her honour by the man for whom she had made all those sacrifices, and who stood bound to her by 1,000 oaths and vows to be her husband, her protector and friend. How strong must be her resentment of the barbarous treatment she has received! How worthy of herself that it has made her hate the man she once loved, and rather than marry him, choose to expose her disgrace to the whole world, to forego the reconciliation with her friends, which her heart was so set upon, and to hazard 1,000 evils, to which her youth and her sex may too probably expose an indigent and friendly beauty. Rememberest thou not that home push upon thee, in one of the papers written in her delirium, of which, however, it savours not? I will assure thee that I have very often since most seriously reflected upon it, and as thy intended second outrage convinces me that it made no impression upon thee then, and perhaps thou hast never thought of it since, I will transcribe the sentence. If, as religion teaches us, God will judge us in a great measure by our own benevolent or evil actions to one another, O wretch, bethink thee, in time bethink thee, how great must be thy condemnation. See Volume 6, Letter 16. And is this amiable doctrine the sum of religion? Upon my faith, believe it is. For to indulge a serious thought, since we are not atheists, except in practice, does God, the being of beings, want anything of us for himself? And does he not enjoin us works of mercy to one another, as the means to obtain his mercy? A sublime principle, and worthy of the supreme superintendent and father of all things. But if we are to be judged by this noble principle, what, indeed, must thy condemnation on the score of this lady only, and what mine, and what all our confraternities, on the score of other women, though we are none of us half so bad as thou art, as well for want of inclination, I hope, as of opportunity. I must add, that as well for thy own sake as for the ladies, I wish ye were to be married to each other. It is the only medium that can be hit upon to salve the honour of both. All that's past may yet be concealed from the world, and from all her sufferings, if thou resolvest to be a tender and kind husband to her. And if this really be thy intention, I will accept with pleasure of a commission from thee that shall tend to promote so good an end, whenever she can be found, that is to say, if she will admit to her presence a man who professes friendship to thee. Nor can I give a greater demonstration that I am thy sincere friend, J. Belford. P.S. Mabel's clothes were thrown into the passage this morning, nobody knows by whom. End of letter 48.
Letter 49 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 49. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Friday, June 30. I am ruined, undone, blown up, destroyed, and worse than annihilated, that's certain. But was not the news shocking enough, dost thou think, without thy throwing into the too weighty scale reproaches which thou couldst have had no opportunity to make but for my own voluntary communications? At a time, too, when, as it falls out, I have another very sensible disappointment to struggle with. I imagine, if there be such a thing as future punishment, it must be none of the smallest mortifications that a new devil shall be punished by a worse old one, and take that, to have the old satyr cry to the screaming sufferer, laying on with a cat-o'-nine-tails, with a star of burning brass at the end of each. And for what? For what? Why, if the truth may be fairly told, for not being so bad a devil as myself. Thou art surely casuist good enough to know what I have insisted upon heretofore. See Volume 4, Letter 17, that the sin of seducing a credulous and easy girl is as great as that of bringing to your lure an incredulous and watchful one. However ungenerous an appearance what I am going to say may have from my pen, let me tell thee, that if such a woman as Miss Harlowe chose to enter into the matrimonial state, I am resolved to disappoint thee in thy meditated triumph over my rage and despair, and, according to the old patriarchal system, to go on contributing to get sons and daughters, with no other view than to bring them up piously, and to be good and useful members of the commonwealth. What a devil had she to do to let her fancy run a gadding after a rake, one whom she knew to be a rake? Oh, but truly she hoped to have the merit of reclaiming him. She had formed pretty notions how charming it would look to have a penitent of her own making dangling at her side at church through an applauding neighbourhood, and as their family increased, marching with her thither at the head of their boys and girls processionally, as it were, boasting of the fruits of their honest desires, as my good Lord Bishop has it in his licence. And then, what a comely sight, all kneeling down together in one pew, according to eldership, as we have seen in effigy, a whole family upon some old monument, where the honest chevalier in armour is presented kneeling with uplifted hands, and half a dozen jolter-headed, crop-eared boys behind him, ranged gradatim, or step-fashion, according to age and size, all in the same posture, facing his pious dame with a ruff about her neck, and as many whey-faced girls, all kneeling behind her, an altar between them, and an open book upon it, over their heads semi-luminary rays darting from gilded clouds, surrounding an achievement motto, in caelo salus, or quies, perhaps, if they have happened to live the usual married life of brawl and contradiction. It is certainly as much my misfortune to have fallen in with Miss Clarissa Harlowe, were I to have valued my reputation or ease, as it is that of Miss Harlowe to have been acquainted with me, and, after all, what have I done more than prosecute the maxim by which thou and I and every rake are governed, and which, before I knew this lady, we have pursued from pretty girl to pretty girl, as fast as we have set one down, taking another up, just as the fellows do with their flying coaches and flying horses at a country fair, with a "Who rides next? Who rides next?" But here in the present case, to carry on the volant metaphor, for I must either be merry or mad, is a pretty little miss, just come out of her hanging-sleeve coat, brought to buy a pretty little fairing, for the world, Jack, is but a great fair, thou knowest, and to give thee serious reflection for serious, all its joys but tinselled hobby-horses, gilt gingerbread, squeaking trumpets, painted drums, and so forth. Now behold this pretty little miss skimming from booth to booth in a very pretty manner. One pretty little fellow called Wyerley, perhaps, another jiggetting rascal called Byron, a third simpering varlet of the name of Sims, and a more hideous villain than any of the rest, with a long bag under his arm, and parchment settlements tagged to his heels, yelped Soames, pursue her from raree show to raree show, shouldering upon one another at every turn, stopping when she stops, and set a-spinning again when she moves, and thus dangled after, but still in the eye of her watchful guardians, traverses the pretty little miss through the whole fair, equally delighted and delighting, till at last, taken with the invitation of the laced hat orator, and seeing several pretty little bib-wearers stuck together in the flying coaches, cutting safely the yielding air, in the one go up, the other go down, picture of the world vehicle, and all with as little fear as wit, is tempted to ride next. In then suppose she slyly pops, when none of her friends are near her, and if, after 2 or 3 ups and downs, her pretty head turns giddy, and she throws herself out of the coach when at its elevation, and so dashes out her pretty little brains, who can help it? And would you hang the poor fellow, whose professed trade it was to set the pretty little creature a-flying? 'Tis true, this pretty little miss, being a very pretty little miss, being a very much admired little miss, being a very good little miss, who always minded her book, and had passed through her sampler doctrine with high applause, had even stitched out, in gaudy propriety of colours, an Abraham offering up Isaac, a Samson and the Philistines, and flowers, and knots, and trees, and the sun and the moon and the 7 stars, all hung up in frames with glasses before them, for the admiration of her future grandchildren, who likewise was entitled to a very pretty little estate, who was descended from a pretty little family, upwards of 100 years' gentility, which lived in a very pretty little manner, respected a very little on their own accounts, a great deal on hers. For such a pretty little miss as this to come to so great a misfortune must be a very sad thing. But tell me, would not the losing of any ordinary child, of any other less considerable family, or less shining or amiable qualities, have been as great and heavy a loss to that family, as the losing this pretty little miss could be to hers? To descend to a very low instance, and that only as to personality, hast thou any doubt that thy strong-muscled, bony face was as much admired by thy mother as if it had been the face of a Lovelace, or any other handsome fellow? And had thy picture been drawn, would she have forgiven the painter, had he not expressed so exactly thy lineaments, as that every one should have discerned the likeness? The handsome likeness is all that is wished for. Ugliness made familiar to us with the partiality natural to fond parents will be beauty all the world over. Do thou apply. But alas, Jack, all this is but a copy of my countenance, drawn to evade thy malice. Though it answer thy unfriendly purpose to own it, I cannot forbear to own it, that I am stung to the very soul with this unhappy accident, must I call it? Have I nobody whose throat, either for carelessness or treachery, I ought to cut, in order to pacify my vengeance? When I reflect upon my last iniquitous intention, the first outrage so nobly resented, as well as, so far as she was able, so nobly resisted, I cannot but conclude that I was under the power of fascination from these accursed Circes, who, pretending to know their own sex, would have it that there is in every woman a yielding or a weak resisting moment to be met with, and that yet, and yet, and yet, I had not tried enough, but that, if neither love nor terror should enable me to hit that lucky moment, when, by help of their cursed arts, she was once overcome, she would be for ever overcome, appealing to all my experience, to all my knowledge of the sex, for justification of their assertion. My appeal to experience, I own, was but too favourable to their argument. For dost thou think I could have held my purpose against such an angel as this, had I ever before met with a woman so much in earnest to defend her honour against the unwearied artifices and perseverance of the man she loved? Why then were there not more examples of a virtue so immovable, or why was this singular one to fall to my lot, except indeed to double my guilt, and at the same time to convince all that should hear her story that there are angels as well as devils in the flesh? So much for confession, and for the sake of humouring my conscience, with a view likewise to disarm thy malice by acknowledgment, since no one shall say worse of me than I will of myself on this occasion. One thing I will nevertheless add, to show the sincerity of my contrition. 'Tis this, that if thou canst by any means find her out within these 3 days, or any time, before she has discovered the stories relating to Captain Tomlinson and her uncle to be what they are, and if thou canst prevail upon her to consent, I will actually, in thy presence and his, he to represent her uncle, marry her. I am still in hopes it may be so. She cannot be long concealed. I have already set all engines at work to find her out, and if I do, what indifferent persons, and no one of her friends, as thou observest, will look upon her, will care to embroil themselves with a man of my figure, fortune, and resolution? Show her this part then, or any other part of this letter, at thy own discretion, if thou canst find her. For after all, methinks, I would be glad that this affair, which is bad enough in itself, should go off without worse personal consequences to any body else. And yet it runs in my mind, I know not why, that sooner or later it will draw a few drops of blood after it, except she and I can make it up between ourselves. And this may be another reason why she should not carry her resentment too far. Not that such an affair would give me much concern neither, were I to choose any man of men, for I heartily hate all her family but herself, and ever shall. Let me add, that the lady's plot to escape appears to me no extraordinary one. There was much more luck than probability that it should do, since, to make it succeed, it was necessary that Dorcas and Will, and Sinclair and her nymphs, should be all deceived or off their guard. It belongs to me, when I see them, to give them my hearty thanks that they were, and that their selfish care to provide for their own future security should induce them to leave their outward door upon their bolt-latch, and be cursed to them. Mabell deserves a pitch-suit and a bonfire rather than the lustring, and as her clothes are returned, let the ladies be put to her others, to be sent to her when it can be told whither. But not till I give the word neither, for we must get the dear fugitive back again, if possible. I suppose that my stupid villain, who knew not such a goddess-shaped lady with a mien so noble from the awkward and bent-shouldered Mabell, has been at Hampstead to see after her. and yet I hardly think she would go thither. He ought to go through every street where bills for lodgings are up, to inquire after a newcomer. The houses of such as deal in women's matters, and tea, coffee, and such like, are those to be inquired at for her. If some tidings be not quickly heard of her, I would not have either Dorcas, Will, or Mabel appear in my sight, whatever their superiors think fit to do. This, though written in character, is a very long letter, considering it is not a narrative one, or a journal of proceedings, like most of my former, for such will unavoidably and naturally, as I may say, run into length. But I have so used myself to write a great deal of late, that I know not how to help it, yet I must add to its length, in order to explain myself on a hint I gave at the beginning of it, which was that I have another disappointment, besides this of Miss Harlowe's escape, to bemoan. And what dost thou think it is? Why, the old peer, pox of his tough constitution, for that malady would have helped him on, has made shift by fire and brimstone and the devil knows what, to force the gout to quit the counterscarp of his stomach, just as it had collected all its strength in order to storm the citadel of his heart. In short, they have, by the mere force of stink-pots, hand-grenades, and pop-guns, driven the slow-working pioneer quite out of the trunk into the extremities, and there it lies nibbling and gnawing upon his great toe, when I had a fair end of the distemper and the distempered. But I, who could write to thee of laudanum and the wet cloth formerly, yet let £8,000 a year slip through my fingers, when I had entered upon it more than in imagination, for I had begun to ask the stewards questions, and to hear them talk of fines and renewals, and such sort of stuff, deserved to be mortified. Thou canst not imagine how differently the servants, and even my cousins, look upon me since yesterday to what they did before. Neither the one nor the other bow or curtsy half so low, nor am I a quarter so often his honour and your honour, as I was within these few hours with the former, and as to the latter, 'tis cousin Bobby again, with the usual familiarity, instead of Sir, and if you please, Mr. Lovelace. And now they have the insolence to congratulate me on the recovery of the best of uncles, while I am forced to seem as much delighted as they, when, would it do me good, I could sit down and cry my eyes out. I had bespoke my mourning in imagination, after the example of a certain foreign minister, who before the death or even last illness of Charles II, as honest White Kennet tells us, had half exhausted Blackwell Hall of its sables, an indication, as the historian would insinuate, that the monarch was to be poisoned, and the ambassador in the secret. And yet, fool that I was, I could not take the hint. What the devil does a man read history for, if he cannot profit by the examples he find in it? But thus, Jack, is an observation of the old peers verified, that one misfortune seldom comes alone, and so concludes thy doubly mortified Lovelace. End of Letter 49.
Letter 50 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 50. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday night, June 28th. Oh, my dearest Miss Howe! Once more I have escaped, but alas! I, my best self, have not escaped. Oh, your poor Clarissa Harlowe! You also will hate me, I fear. Yet you won't, when you know all. But no more of myself, my lost self, you that can rise in the morning to be blessed, and to bless, and go to rest delighted with your own reflections, and in your unbroken, unstarting slumbers, conversing with saints and angels, the former only more pure than yourself, as they have shaken off the encumbrance of body. You shall be my subject, as you have long, long been my only pleasure. And let me, at awful distance, revere my beloved Anna Howe, and in her reflect upon what her Clarissa Harlowe once was. Forgive, oh, forgive my rambling. My peace is destroyed, my intellects are touched, and what flighty nonsense must you read, if you now will vouchsafe to correspond with me, as formerly? Oh, my best, my dearest, my only friend, what a tale have I to unfold! But still upon self, this vile, this hated self, I will shake it off, if possible. And why should I not, since I think, except one wretch, I hate nothing so much? Self, then, be banished from self one moment, for I doubt it will be for no longer, to inquire after a dearer object, my beloved Anna Howe, whose mind, all rubbed in spotless white, charms and irradiates. But what would I say? And how, my dearest friend, after this rhapsody, which one reperusal I would not let go, but to show you what a distracted mind dictates to my trembling pen? How do you? You have been very ill, it seems. That you have recovered, my dear, let me hear. That your mother is well, pray let me hear, and hear quickly. This comfort surely is owing to me. For if life is no worse than checker-work, I must now have a little white to come, having seen nothing but black, all uncheckered dismal black, for a great, great while. And what is all this wild incoherence for? Is it only to beg to know how you have been, and how you do now, by a line directed for Mrs. Rachel Clark, at Mr. Smith's, a glove-shop in King Street, Covent Garden, which, although my abode is secret to everybody else, will reach the hands of, your unhappy, but that's not enough, your miserable Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 50.
Letter 51 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 51. Mrs. Howe, to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Superscribed as directed in the preceding. Friday, June 30. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, you will wonder to receive a letter from me. I am sorry for the great distress you seem to be in, such a hopeful young lady as you were. But see what comes of disobedience to parents. For my part, although I pity you, yet I much more pity your poor father and mother. Such education as they gave you, such improvement as you made, and such delight as they took in you, and all come to this. But pray, miss, don't make my Nancy guilty of your fault, which is that of disobedience. I have charged her over and over not to correspond with one who had made such a giddy step. It is not to her reputation, I am sure. You know that I so charged her, yet you go on corresponding together, to my very great vexation, for she has been very perverse upon it more than once. Evil communication, miss, you know the rest. Here people cannot be unhappy by themselves, but they must invoke their friends and acquaintance, whose discretion has kept them clear of their errors, into near as much unhappiness as if they had run into the like of their own heads. Thus my poor daughter is always in tears and grief, and she has postponed her own felicity truly, because you are unhappy. If people who seek their own ruin could be the only sufferers by their headstrong doings, it were something. But, oh, miss, what have you to answer for, who have made as many grieved hearts as have known you? The whole sex is indeed wounded by you. For who but Miss Clarissa Harlowe was proposed by every father and mother for a pattern for their daughters? I write a long letter, where I propose to say but a few words, and those to forbid your writing to my Nancy, and this as well because of the false step you have made, as because it will grieve her poor heart, and do you no good. If you love her, therefore, write not to her. Your sad letter came into my hands, Nancy being abroad, and I shall not show it her, for there would be no comfort for her if she saw it, nor for me, whose delight she is, as you once was to your parents. But you seem to be sensible enough of your errors now. So are all giddy girls when it is too late. And what a crestfallen figure then do the consequences of their self-willed obstinacy and headstrongness compel them to make. I may say too much, only as I think it proper to bear that testimony against your rashness which it behoves every careful parent to bear, and none more than your compassionating, well-wishing Annabella Howe. I send this by a special messenger, who has business only so far as Barnet, because you shall have no need to write again, knowing how you love writing, and knowing likewise that misfortune makes people plaintive. End of Letter 51.
Letter 52 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 6, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 52. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to Mrs. Howe, Saturday, July 1st. Permit me, madam, to trouble you with a few lines, were it only to thank you for your reproofs, which have nevertheless drawn fresh streams of blood from a bleeding heart. My story is a dismal story. It has circumstances in it that would engage pity, and possibly a judgment not altogether unfavourable, were those circumstances known. But it is my business, and shall be all my business, to repent for my failings, and not endeavour to extenuate them. Nor will I seek to distress your worthy mind. If I cannot suffer alone, I will make as few parties as I can in my sufferings. And, indeed, I took up my pen with this resolution when I wrote the letter, which has fallen into your hands. It was only to know, and that for a very particular reason, as well as for affection unbounded, if my dear Miss Howe, from whom I had not heard for a long time, were ill, as I had been told she was, and if so, how she now does. But my injuries being recent, and my distresses having been exceedingly great, self would crowd into my letter. When distressed, the human mind is apt to turn itself to every one, in whom it imagined or wished an interest, for pity and consolation. Or, to express myself better, and more concisely, in your own words, misfortune makes people plaintive, and to whom, if not to a friend, can the afflicted complain? Miss Howe being abroad when my letter came, I flatter myself that she is recovered. But it would be some satisfaction to me to be informed if she has been ill. Another line from your hand would be too great a favour, but if you will be pleased to direct any servant to answer yes or no to that question, I will not be farther troublesome. Nevertheless, I must declare that my Miss Howe's friendship was all the comfort I had, or expected to have in this world, and the line from her would have been a cordial to my fainting heart. Judge, then, dearest madam, how reluctantly I must obey your prohibition, but yet I will endeavour to obey it, although I should have hoped, as well from the tenor of all that has passed between Miss Howe and me, as from her established virtue, that she could not be tainted by evil communication, had one or two letters been permitted. This, however, I ask not for, since I think I have nothing to do but to beg of God, who, I hope, has not yet withdrawn his grace from me, although he has pleaded to let loose his justice upon my faults, to give me a truly broken spirit, if it be not already broken enough, and then to take his mercy. The unhappy Clarissa Harlowe. 2 favours, good madam, I have to beg of you. The first, that you will not let any of my relations know that you have heard from me. The other, that no living creature be apprized where I am to be heard of, or directed to. This is a point that concerns me more than I can express. In short, my preservation from further evils may depend upon it. End of Letter 52.